started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some dollars now, I'm out to millions, so all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Oh man, I know we was muted. Erica, you like that song? What's up with it, Cypher? What it do? Chat, y'all know what time it is, man. Double tap that screen, shut a live out, man. We are the Weekenders, man. Somebody drop some plugs in the comments. Somebody drop Weekenders in the comments, man. We do got the best community on YouTube, but where's the tag? Where's the tag? Hold on, we gotta crack this thing all right, man. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Hold on, I'm talking about. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying Nolan Wells' case gets deeper. Is Officer Tatum biased? We got leaked audio that is confirmed to be real and a video that may be questionable. Double tap that screen, shut a live out chat. We gonna hang out tonight. We gonna kick it, man. What do we got on the rundown? Let me get to the rundown, man. We're gonna cover the distressed call from Nolan Wells' friends seeking assistance. Also, they're saying that you could hear some crazy shit in these calls, man. It sounded like somebody was saying some crazy shit in the background of these calls. Also, we have a Minnesota program backed by Governor Tim Walz that is going to make transgender dolls with removable and interchangeable genitalia available to educators and clinics that are working with children ages 4 through 10. Yes, they're going to be letting them playing with the removable dolls, the removable genitalia on the dolls for children ages 4 through 10. It's called the My Gender Dolls Project, a set of customizable paper dolls with interchangeable internal and external genitalia, clothing, and accessories designed as therapeutic tools for clinics and educators working with children to explore gender and anatomy. The dolls were developed by UMN's Eli Coleman Institute for Sexual and Gender Care, and they're launching commercially in 2026 and are marketed to school counselors, pediatricians, therapists under gender-affirming practices following earlier focus groups with kids aged 5 through 10. Minnesota's public university received state funding, including the Walz Administration for Medical School Research through UMN states. Though UMN states the doll commercialization itself is not directly taxpayer supported, man. How do y'all feel about that, man? The interchangeable genitalias on the dolls for children age 4 through 10. That's what's going on in Minnesota. Also, we have a fired 60 Minutes journalist says she was pressured to report on events that never, ever even happened, man. This is a crazy story right here. I'm not gonna lie, chat. So this is from MS Now. Her name is Cecilia Vega. She's a former 60 Minutes correspondent. She was fired in May, and she claimed at a July 24th journalist conference that CBS News executive under new leadership pressured her to include unverified claims and non-existent events in reports. Specific allegations include demands to feature footage of protesters assaulting suspected ICE agents and a non-existent exchange involving Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey during coverage of a January 2026 ICE-related shootings, plus an opening line framing Iran as totally outgunned in a Trump-era conflict segment. The complaints reference new administration at CBS following Barry Weiss's appointment as editor-in-chief amid a broader shakeup that included other high-profile departures and efforts to reshape editorial decisions at the network. Do y'all believe that they tried to get her to run unverified and totally non-existent stories? She might sue their ass. I ain't gonna lie. She might sue them. Also, we have some body cam footage we might go over. Ryan Clark. So I made a post yesterday, and a lot of you got upset with me in the community tab. If y'all don't check out my community tab, be sure to check it out. I said that Shannon Sharp was fired. Cam Newton was fired. Ryan Clark was fired. I said, is it time to boycott in ESPN? Everybody came in there was like, oh, you're making it racial and this and that. I'm like, okay, I can see where y'all saying I'm making it racial. But I'm saying that these guys are actually players. They're actually players that have opinions and outside networks. It's not like we're saying, oh, boycott ESPN and don't go watch shit. No, these guys have their own networks. Cam Newton, 4th and 1. You got Ryan Clark. I forgot what his shit's called. You got Shannon Sharp, Club Shay Shay. And Undisputed. I mean, not Undisputed, but what is that called? Club Shay Shay, and then I forgot what the other one's called that Shannon Sharp got. Anyways, I was saying it like that. Like, we don't have to watch them on ESPN. Like, we can go support them in other ways. Now we got Ryan Clark, who has came out on the Pivot Network, and he's saying what actually happened, how he actually got fired. He's saying that he's making it seem like it kind of was a race thing. He's making it seem like he stood up for Angel Reese, and that was the end of that. So I'm gonna play his clip, and we're gonna break it down as to why he was fired and how he was fired.
Using layoffs as a cover and a camouflage for what they already intended on doing. But there was no cause for it, right? So because there was no cause for it, you couldn't just fire me, so you had to wait to the layoff so you could camouflage it and veil it, right? But here's the other thing. If I was laid off, like everybody else, it came out on Tuesday. Mine came out on Friday. I get the call. I get a text from our showrunner that tells me to call my boss. I call my boss in the break, tells me they're letting me go. He said this is a very awkward call. This is a hard call. I could hear how hard it was for him. And if anybody was going to call me that was anywhere on the executive level, whether low or high, he's the person I wanted to, the way he's fought for me and rode for me. And he said,
This is Ryan Clark.
Our friends, jokingly, at Outkick had the story, and we're going to leak it. Let me tell you why I know I was fired.
What's up,
Because
Teflon?
during the season, after some of the Kyron Lacey news broke, there were people on our network along with me.
So Kyron Lacey, do y'all remember Kyron Lacey? Kyron Lacey. He was the player from LSU that was a lock for first-round pick, and he apparently unalived himself. At age 24, I believe he had a car accident that resulted in the death of a 78-year-old, and he was accused of negligent homicide. So because of that, he ended up taking his own life during a police pursuit in Houston. So Ryan Clark is saying during the time of they were speaking about Kyron Lacey, he was getting a lot of pushback, and he knew his job was on the line then. Listen to him.
During the season, after some of the Kyron Lacey news broke, there were people on our network along with me that said something about it. Both of those people apologized, as did I. I didn't want to, right? I was told I couldn't come to work if I didn't. And at that point, I said, well, I can't come to work tomorrow because I don't believe I did anything wrong. Some conversations happened, and we got to that point. And Outkick wrote an article about all the people that apologized. Two very prominent faces at ESPN. And
What's
they
up,
praised
Lowry?
them
What's
for
up, Art of
who they
War?
were and how they brought this thing back around. And they bashed me, talked about how negative I was, and spoke about me in such a nasty way. And I sent an email at that time to Burke Magnus and Dave Roberts, who were working, because we were on an email talking about how we were going to handle it. And I was very poignant.
Hit the like button, chat on your way in. Everybody be sure to support the live by hitting the like button and dropping some comments, letting me know that y'all are in here.
Saying, you have to watch who you listen to about me. There's certain people who want to paint me as a certain thing, certain people who want to devalue my voice.
So Big Niche comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat. Double tap that screen and shut a live out. Thank you, Big Niche, for being the first Super Chat of the night. Thank you, Big Niche, for supporting the channel. Now, Ryan Clark is saying that he started getting pushback. Now, that's when he knew that he had some handlers and he was, not in a good space with them. Listen.
I was very poignant in saying, you have to watch who you listen to about me. There's certain people who want to paint me as a certain thing, certain people who want to devalue my voice, certain people who, no matter what I do, with all the great I've done, they've never mentioned that. But in this case, there are three people who are very important to this network, who all did the same thing, who all responded in the same way, and only one of us was vilified, and only one of us was a black man. And so how poignant, how purposeful is it to make sure that that's the exact same publication that gets the story that I'm going to be fired? Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to praise ESPN. They're going to pump ESPN up for getting rid of the person who stands up for the community. And they're going to say that these are all the reasons why I didn't belong on TV in the first place. So let's garner as much positive publicity as we can early before all of these people that you've seen come out on my behalf and say I was the best in the world at the job and I deserved better. One, I didn't deserve to be laid off or fired. It ain't about money. Two, I didn't deserve to be handled that way.
So we have to realize that these people, ESPN used to be the gatekeeper of these sports shows and talks, but now you have YouTube. Now you have other platforms where these guys who are actual NFL players can come in and garner their own audience alongside working with the network. The network, they already have the credibility because they were players and they were prominent players. The network gives them that media credibility, and they take that sports credibility and that media credibility and build their own brand. And the brands get so big that they get sponsorships. Look at Gilbert Arenas, having Gil's Arena taken over. Everybody damn fired. Look at Shannon Sharp. He built Club Shay Shay and the show with him and Chad Johnson. Got his ass fired with Gabrielle the Super Nigga. Now you got Cam Newton. He's been over there with Dr. Cheyenne Bryan, all them other people, you know, talking spicy a little bit on the show. Got his ass fired. Now you got Ryan Clark. He's breaking down why he got fired because of the Kyron Lacey and the Angel Reese situation.
So let's get ahead of it. And they were going to get ahead of it by leaking it to someone who they know hated me.
I would say, bro, how could this be that thought out when they just asked you if we could all, as a crew, come on First Take in August? That don't make no sense. When I saw it and how they did it and how outspoken you are about the community and how, like you're talking, some people don't agree with your stances and don't like that you were that open on their platforms. To me, it seemed like it was almost like buck breaking.
Slavery term.
You know, where you're the outspoken one, you're alpha. Let's embarrass him so everybody else gets in line. So nobody else talks crazy to us anymore, or goes through emails or whatever. Like, no, let's teach him a lesson. Let's embarrass him on national TV so that they all line up.
Yeah, I think that could be part of it, you know. Like, I also know that this is a private company. They get to make their decisions based on what they want to make them on.
So I believe ESPN is owned by Disney now, right? Didn't ESPN own? Yeah, I believe it's owned by Disney. Scott Robinson. Yep, joint venture in a Walt Disney Company, 72%, and operational via indirect subsidiary ABC Inc. 10%. So ESPN is owned by Disney, ABC, and the NFL. The NFL has 10%, ABC has 18%, and Walt Disney has 72%. So that's the breakdown of ESPN's ownership.
On what they want to do.
What's up,
what
David?
What I do know is they didn't take a vote. This wasn't about the majority, right? This wasn't about the people I work with day to day, because my phone don't say that. Production people who ain't worked with me in 5-6 years. Thank you for how you treated me. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for showing up constantly. You know, Monday night. Thank you for always. If we didn't have any talent on a meeting, you were always there. You were always on time. You were always building things for the other people on that set. Thank you. And so when the people you work with cry for you, man, that means the world to me. When I get the messages of like the fact that I supported you, the fact that I was there for you means the world to you. Like it gave you the legs to stand up and be who you were on TV. Like that matters. This was a dictatorship. A person or a group of persons, very small group. They didn't poll the majority.
Yeah.
They didn't ask that question. Because you asked that question, now you got to say, even though you told me just how important he was, I don't care. I don't care. I know how important you think he is, and you work with him every day. I don't care how important you think he is. I don't like him. People like me don't like him. They keep calling my phone. I don't want my phone to ring no more. Right? There's other things I'll defend. I'll defend talking about another executive. I'll defend that. I'll defend sabotage. I'll defend getting sued. I'll defend all those things. What I'm not going to defend is you standing up for Angel Reese and everybody being mad about the way you did it or about what you said about, I'm not going to defend that. No. I'm not going to defend you standing on 10 toes for them all the time. It's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take those calls. And that was the decision that was made. And I believe that that has a large role in why it was made.
Bro, we know how much you love what you.
Damn, man. All right, here goes another one. I think this is where he started crying, this clip.
Nolan's now. When I go home, and this kid, you know, from the West Bank is like so accepted in New Orleans now. Like I wouldn't change that. You know, never. You know, like all I ever wanted to do was be accepted. You know, and want it. So yeah, like that, I wouldn't change. You know? If you ask me, probably the first like Monday of football, when all my friends get to do something like we did like super special together, yeah, I'd probably change it. You know? I'd probably work harder to like be who they wanted me to be or.
All right, so that was Ryan Clark, man. We're not going to watch the whole thing. This is Cam Newton, though. This is Cam Newton speaking about getting fired. Cam Newton was fired as well.
Individuals that cover sports was something that it got me to realize have a newfound respect for the skill. Molly Carroll, Shea Cornett, obviously Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Clark. When you have Dan
What's up, XX?
Peter Schrager. The list goes on. And all the countless producers. And
everyone hit the like button on your way in. We're going to get into the Nolan Wells situation right after this. We just listened to Ryan Clark. Now we're hearing Cam Newton. We know that Cam Newton, Ryan Clark, and a lot of other people got let go, but the big things that's making a move right now, making noise in the industry, is the Ryan Clark and Cam Newton situation.
And support team that went into making sure that I was equipped with all the information each and every episode. It was second to none. So when you hear certain things, it was like, dang, it's messed up how they did Ryan. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Hey, you could go with it too. They're like, dang! You have to make light of something because for me, if this isn't a way for all athletes and even content creators to learn one important rule of the times that we live in right now. Mm-hmm. If you don't own your own platform, you're going to get overlooked, bypassed, and be extinct just like dinosaurs. Look at what's happening here.
Okay.
It's unfortunate what happened to Ryan Clark, but what I will tell you is this. Ryan Clark gonna be okay. The pivot ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate what happened to me. Some would think.
Right. The pivot's not going anywhere. Club Shay Undisputed is not going anywhere. 4th and 1 and whatever the other show is, Cam Newton's not going nowhere. But Gil's Arena, they snatched that motherfucker. They took Gil's Arena.
But I'm good. 4th and 1 ain't going nowhere. Funky Friday ain't going nowhere.
Not at all.
When you think about what happened, they made with Acho, Joy Taylor.
What up, Stan?
Different circumstances, different networks, different situations, but this is what you have to understand. When you look at the speakeasy, all right, and when you look at other sports personalities having and taking control of their own narrative, it's imperative that walking into this industry, you would be a
Give me 1 second, chat.
asinine behavior if you don't take that opportunity to say, number one, I need to learn as much as I possibly can because I do not know when that time is going to call when I get tapped on my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, also take this as a way to bring more attention, more eyeballs, and to also magnify your personal IP. And I knew that that's what my intentions were.
Yeah.
They knew that that was what my intentions were. I was counseled to say, Cam, there's not another platform on linear television in your field like ESPN. And that was truer words that could not be spoken any clearer. You can't make me hate ESPN.
Yeah.
What I've learned, it was an internship almost. The production value, they're the leading sports source for a reason. They have the leading talent, not only in front of the camera.
Okay, so Cam's taking his wins with his losses. Like, yeah, I got fired, but I'm gonna be all right. I got 2 good shows. What I learned from the production side has elevated my shows to levels that I couldn't even imagine. So Cam's taking his wins with his losses, man. I can respect that from Cam.
Camera, but behind the scenes,
Yeah.
that makes sure whether
What
it's
it do,
live
Spitfire?
show or whether it's in studio, that they are always on the cutting edge of topics and information, and also how it's rolled out.
Yeah.
So when the news came about, yes, I felt like anybody else would.
Because I was going to say, did you see it coming?
I didn't, but that's not the topic that I want to kind of belabor on.
Yeah.
Only thing I can look at now, I will not be going back to First Take.
Yeah.
If it was up to me, I still left with some things that you can't pay for.
Correct.
And that's relationships.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's connections. That's to be able to say, man.
And that's what makes Cam right there. That's what makes a winner. You got winners and you got people who play the game. That's what makes Cam a winner. Shit like that, man. Saying like, I built these relationships. I learned this production value. I see how they get their data and how they roll this shit out, man. Like, this is some shit that I couldn't have paid for. It gave me another sense of credibility to my name. So I can respect. I didn't know Cam was going to come from this angle. No Diddy, no Epstein, but I can respect it.
And dog, we can agree to disagree, bro. But boy, Ryan, boy, you brought the best out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Anthony, man, it was a plum pleasing pleasure, brother. Molly, respect you. Shay, respect you. Dan, respect you. Pete, everybody behind the scene. Quaker, everybody behind the scene.
Yeah.
So now it makes sense. That's why he's shouting everybody out. He doesn't want any bad blood leaving because he still has those relationships. And he knows that Disney, the NFL owns 10% and ABC owns 18%, with Disney having 72%. He knows that those relationships are key. Disney can cancel them. Cam Newton knows, like, this was one of those, like, hey, nigga, you losing your job, fuck around, get canceled.
I appreciated that because I did not have that education.
What it do, OG
I am
Dave?
a former athlete. that did not study journalism when I had the opportunity to study it while I was studying school.
Yeah.
So now when you see certain things and you analyze and you start to say, like, this is how production works, you'll be a fool not to take your notes. You'll be a fool not to network and say, hey, man, how do you do this? And then even after, hey, man, I'm calling you and blah, blah, blah. Hey, don't feel sorry. This is a part of the industry that it's unfortunate that every single person, whether tenured or not, will have to face someday.
True.
Either on your terms or their terms. Your terms, I'm retired. Sometimes retired could be.
Yeah, now he's not under obligation. He's not under contract. He could poach some of these production people. He could poach some of these people that feed the information, the statistics. He has that opportunity. And even if he can't poach the ESPN level talent, he can get referrals. He can have those relationships that he built refer him to the people he needs to get to where he needs to go to.
Be very sketchy because they can force you to.
Mm-hmm.
Their terms is, hey, where the company is going, you don't align with it.
Yeah.
And that's still cool. Bro, I'm a professional at what I do. And I will reiterate.
All right, Chad. That's the end of that. We're gonna get into the Nolan Wills case. I'm gonna play the audio from the call, the boat. When the boat was going down, I guess, taking on water. I'm gonna play the audio call. We'll start it off that way. Officer Tatum also did another interview with one of Nolan's friends that was out there, I believe.
Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Hello, sir.
Hello. Okay.
How many adults on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like, guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay.
Hit the like button,
I'll get you over
chat.
to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North 30 degrees. But 4672.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have the VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone
What's
reception.
up, nobody
Can you
knows?
verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Hey, chat, we only got 30-something likes. I need y'all to get the like button. Hit the like button in here. Double tap that screen, shut the live out. We're early. We're on it tonight, man. I need everybody to participate, man. Double tap that screen, hit the like button, man. Let's get to 100 likes.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
What up,
Tow it
Ivan?
to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Gotta jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay.
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there
Sir,
a
that was
person,
not
a
the
living
question.
individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right, verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore.
I'm just gonna be honest. That script that they gave the people at the damn help center sucks. Like, how many adults and children? Oh, man, you need to get the fuck out of here, man. Get out here, man. I just told you this boat was sinking, man. Text me the thing, GPS, man. Find out when you get here. It's about 7, 8 motherfuckers, man. Damn.
22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Okay, thank you.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee-for-service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking, and he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat, and
Is it
he
Jerry?
said that Jerry. Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So.
All right.
I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the
So-
bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a
Okay.
kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And
Subscribe
again, I
to the
couldn't
channel,
find,
chat.
He couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership, so it's just under Jerry fee for service.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked to. If you want to, we're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member jobs right now.
Is Jerry a member? Did you find out if he was a member or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then I'll call his grandpa back as well.
Bro, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit, bro. See, if I'm out there and my fucking boat is sink, all this formality and shit, we'll figure out that shit later, man. Bill me. I don't got time for that, man. Bill me. The fuck is we talking about? The boat is sinking, nigga. It's like 7 people on here. We in 31 feet of water. Tell me that, I really ain't got time for no numb. Man, what the hell is going on?
All right. And did you want me to look up Jerry's membership number or anything like that to see if he's up? I know you guys are
You can
swamped.
try this cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Anything on this phone number.
All right. Yep. Jerry. Yeah, he's an active member. Hold on.
What kind of boat do you have on there? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one. Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right. I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this Jerry Ackerson one. Okay, he's one of your members. You'll get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right, transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All righty.
Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild.
Did she say have a drink?
Now, thank you again, Captain.
All righty.
Stay. Send you over. Get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right, transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All righty.
Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild.
Have a drink. Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink. She just told this man to get drunk while he's finna go pick them up. The hell is wrong with this lady? Stay safe out there. Have a drink.
Now, thank you again, Captain.
All righty.
Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild.
What the hell is she talking about, man? Her ass finna get fired. All right, chat. Double tap that screen, share the live out. I'm looking for the damn clip. Where is it? Hold on. Everyone hit the like button. As you come in, I'm finna pull up this 5th part of the interview with Nolan Wells' friend. This is a completely different friend. This is a completely different friend that has been getting interviewed. This is my live reaction to it. I haven't seen this at all.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
No.
Do you have personal knowledge of someone directly in your friend group having anything to do with Nolan's death?
No, not at all.
So I saw you on television, you had an interview, and I
mean, damn, Officer Tatum, the way you just said, do you have any personal knowledge of anyone Nolan's death in your friend group? Like he cleaned that shit up quick like that. In your friend group.
felt like you laid out a few things that I think the world needs to know and be clear about.
Okay.
And the first one is the relationship that you had with Nolan. Can you explain your relationship
Hit the like button, chat.
with Nolan?
Yeah, I will. So his mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And
like he just got our word.
That can't be farther from the truth. Me and Nolan, I met Nolan in 9th grade in a 2nd block class. It was math. He was one of the first guys I made friends with. It was somebody I made a connection to, like off rip. He was an athlete.
Thanks, Gito.
He was an athlete. When I walked into class, we sat really close to each other. And all he did, he turned around and asked me for a pencil when I first met him in 9th grade when I moved to Ocean Springs, man. It was tough, and the relationship there has always been best friend. in my eyes. I never wanted to take away how close somebody else was with Nolan, but Nolan was my best friend. That was a guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life in general. Nolan has been the only friend, and I love my friends and my best friends in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever tell me, like, he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball. That was my guy. Like, that was my best friend.
Yeah, and so how does it make you feel when the media, activists are coming out and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something.
So this the one who got into the
Saw
altercation?
something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl.
So this is the one that got into the altercation, chap. Now, we finally get to put a face to who got into the altercation.
Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe.
What's up, AJ?
It just plays out different. And then the fact that they're going to play that is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself for it. To put that in my head is a next level of hurt that can't be truly explained. Because, man, it's hard to put into words. Generally, it's backstabbing from a sense of a community that I thought I had with my skin color, and you know they stay so strong together. And I'm supposed to be one of them, but I come up and I speak.
So there was a couple people that were arguing out there in the water, and when this story first broke, people were saying that there was Nolan getting into it and there might have been a fight, but this guy is saying that was him, and that was him in the altercation. So that's a quick summary of it.
And now I'm the person to blame. Now I'm not dark enough for them. I'm not black enough for them. And now I'm the
Here we go.
It doesn't make sense. In my head, it doesn't make sense.
Was Nolan, I mean, obviously you were in the friend group, but the way the media makes it seem is that almost as if Nolan was the only black person in this whole friend group. Now, they don't even mention you. They don't bring you up in this whole thing when it comes to, you know, what happened at Horn Island. So what's your take on Nolan being, you know, presented as like the only black kid in a group of all these white boys?
That's crazy, man. I know we've spoken a little bit, but that friend group that I'm a part of to this day was the first friend group I was in when I moved to Ocean Springs as a new kid coming in. I never knew any of them. I'd known one, kind of, sort of, back from grade school because we went to the same private school together, but that was it. And him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy.
Hit the like button,
we had
chat.
Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group. There's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right, and he's been here since. It blows my mind because our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are and where your morals lie. That's one thing in common. Me and my friends might not agree on everything, but our morals align. Our morals know. So for them to even...
Hey, Glenda, please don't come in here typing in all caps, but you said kids don't drink unless their parents gives it to them. They're not kids like that. I'm going to be honest with you, Glenda. I was going through the damn drive-thru at the liquor store when I was like 15, 16. I was pulling straight through the damn drive-thru.
Make that narrative up really shows you have no idea what it's like down here on the coast. You have no idea how tight-knit Ocean Springs as a community is. You don't understand it. You don't see the thousands of kids in the high school football stands cheering their team on. Nobody cares what color you are. We're there to have fun and to just live. And that's how Nolan lived. That's how I live now. I've grown up and I have more big boy stuff, but in high school, all I cared about was going to hang out with my guys. And I mean, on a personal level that leads off of it is like, it got me in trouble with my girlfriend just because I wanted to be with the guys. I never once thought, man, they look at me different. Man, I'm kind of an outcast to them. No. All their moms have always welcomed me with open arms. Anytime I needed anything, I knew I could call them and their parents, and they would do anything in the world for me. So with Crump pushing this narrative, it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's completely wrong, especially about our friend group.
Yeah, I find it, especially after talking to you, meeting some of the guys, that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went to Horn Island?
So I wasn't, no, clear that up. No,
Hey, Cypher, chill out, deleting everybody, man. Chill out, Cypher.
no, I was not on the boat with them. Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out. So the only reason why I did not go on the boat is I was offered, I got begged to go, but my uncle, we also took 12 people out on our boat, not including us two, so 14. And my uncle knows the passengers wouldn't have helped. Generally wouldn't have helped with anything. With that many people on a boat, you need a little bit of help. So my uncle was like, hey, can you just ride out with me and you can go do your thing throughout the day on the island? I don't care, I don't need you. I just need help to get out there and then pick everything up. Because I know all these people are going to be drunk and they're not going to want to do the extras that nobody sees about going out on the boat, right? And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him.
It's good.
I told.
Okay, so he said, my bad. So that means that this was kind of these interviews were scripted. At least they got briefed before the interview, leave everybody's names out, because we seen the last interview, the guy only mentioned 3 or 4 people, but he was very careful not to mention other people. So this interview, as we knew, it was pretty much briefed, yeah. But everybody hit the like button, man. We're still about 30 likes away from the next like goal. I need everyone to hit the like button.
Told him that, and I told him everything, which was go to plan. We were leaving a little bit earlier than them. I was gonna try to have a spot saved out, and Nolan calls me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. He called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They pulled right in front of our boat, and they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up until now, going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few.
Man, you said, why did this family say they weren't contacted by this boy? Man, you got to understand, too, that they probably don't got people's numbers saved. They probably getting all kind of text from everybody that they ever knew about this case, man. I seen where Officer Tatum showed the receipts that, was it Warren or one of the moms ended up texting her, reaching out, saying, if you need anything. It was like the 7th. It was a few days later, way later. But yeah, maybe she had the number saved, maybe she didn't have the number saved. I don't know. We seen it from her side. We didn't see it from the other woman's side. And the text, it didn't look like it was opened or anything.
few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were.
That's just like somebody texting you and you don't have their number saved saying, hey, if you ever want to reach out or talk or anything, I'm available. If you don't got their number saved, you don't know who the fuck this is. Now, if you got their number saved, that's a different story. So like I'm saying, Nolan's mom did go on CNN and correct it. Nolan's mom did go on CNN and correct that she was reached out to. But I don't know. I just know that I don't really save anybody's number. So if you reach out to me and you say some shit like that, I'm probably not gonna know who the fuck you are unless I know the number by heart or just off the look of it by the area code. I'm not gonna know who the fuck you are.
We're all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, give me my effing phone back, the coach came out, Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice. And obviously it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling, yeah.
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that?
What's up, girl, dad?
Put me in your place where the fight is over. Whatever happened, happened.
Hey,
Nolan is somewhere. You're somewhere. You're hanging out, and
everyone double tap the screen chat. We got to get to the light goal. I don't know what's going on, but Travis, man, it's about time for you to get a mod rinse, Travis. You've been coming around damn near like a year and a half, Travis. You keep coming around a little bit more, Travis. We got something for you, man. Travis is a mod in training, man. We got Travis on the mod watch list, man.
When was the last time that you saw Nolan before?
You said, can I rewind it? I keep throwing shout outs over vital information. I'll rewind it for you, Xavier, because you cool. But you see how I got the title of the video right there? That's why I keep the title up there so people can go back or people can watch it uninterrupted. But I'm criticizing Officer Tatum too, so I have to keep stopping this video a little bit. Otherwise, he just gonna strike the damn video down like the other creators do.
Or you left Horn Island?
So after the fight, I didn't stay on Horn Island much longer. So the objective, I was really upset. So with you hear me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get up. What wasn't smart, man. Mm-hmm. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling, and shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight. We started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I was really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. The last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you, see you later. And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey, but I'm at peace I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. Just telling him I love him.
Did you have any, so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any connection to any of that?
I did not. So what I know, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20.
All right, so he's talking about the phones now. Let's recap. He said the last thing he said to Nolan was, I love you, brother. See you later. He says he's at peace because that was his last thing he said to him. He said he missed a couple phone calls from him around 11. He missed a couple phone calls from him around 11. Now he's about to talk about the phone and the car key situation. So is everybody caught up? Press 1 if you're caught up at this point. Press 2 if you're not caught up. Everybody hit the like button. We're 16 likes away from the next like goal.
I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. Let's, like...
So I don't know what time he said he left the island, but he said he rode out there with his uncle. He didn't ride out there with Nolan in the group. He went out there with his uncle because his uncle had about 14 people on his boat and he needed some help, throughout there. So he gets out there and then he branches off, does his own thing away from his uncle. I don't know when he left, but he said that he went home and he went to sleep and he didn't wake up, I'm believing, until the next day around 11. And he says Warren is calling him now at 11 the next day.
Like, you need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan. And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
what day are we talking?
That's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th. The 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. Mm-hmm. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. Mm-hmm. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island in the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started the search off socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at...
Yeah, his body language does say he's guarded, but I can imagine. I mean, he's been briefed on not to say certain people's names and shit, so he does have a closed posture, so he's guarded right now, but that's kind of to be expected, I guess.
7, so I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can. And that's all I wanted to do.
Hit the like button, chat.
I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes. But now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them
Thanks,
just
Glenda.
your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
Do you think Benjamin Crump
Here we
being
go.
involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is gonna have Ocean Springs back, 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And
And I don't think he read the room. I know he telling his truth right now, but I don't think he read the room, man. Talking about we back each other, and motherfuckers saying this shit might be a cover up.
them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking
It tells him he has no idea who he's dealing with or who he's messing with. Is he threatening him being Crump? It's a soft threat to being Crump. I know you fucking lying. What?
we back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with.
He was finna say who you fucking with. He was finna say you got no idea who you fucking with. Officer Tatum put this shit out.
And I think he's taking
What's up, Alan?
I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful.
Oh, his
blah,
grandma
blah, blah.
white?
And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's.
So when he says one of y'all, I hear a lot of mixed people talk about their struggle, feeling like they don't belong to the black community. They're not black enough or they're not white enough. So when he says one of y'all, I don't put too much on that because, if he is saying he's mixed, he's saying his grandma. So I don't know if he's got one white grandparent or what. He's saying his grandma. So I'm guessing his mom is maybe mixed or his dad is maybe mixed because he didn't say pictures of his parents. So it's looking like he might have a white grandparent.
His best friend, right? Everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? Where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened.
What's up, Tony?
Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan, especially around here. Everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean,
Damn, Tony, your membership gone? Hold on. Let me get you together, man. Let me get you together, Tony. All right, y'all. Welcome Tony Toast as the newest member to the Mod Squad, man. We are the Weekenders, man. Y'all give Tony some love, man. Drop some flames and some plugs. Tony is the newest member of the Mod Squad.
they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom.
Look at Karen with a big 10 months. Man, that's chunky, ain't it, Chad? That's chunky, ain't it? 10 months. Look at Karen. Karen, thank you for being a member for 10 months. That's about long I had the memberships, man. It's real chunky, ain't it? Real chunk. 10 months, Chad. Hey, man, listen, Karen. Thank you for being a member for 10 months.
And from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie. And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside looking into.
Brad, what are you talking about? So what, bro? Karen got a chunky 10-month membership status over here. Don't you say so what to Karen, Brad? When your shit over there looking a little plain and you only come in here every now and then. Hey, listen, Brad, I know you need you some members over there. Just start recording you some YouTube shorts, going live every now and then you ain't got to hate on Plug Nation. You ain't got to hate on this shit over here, man. You will have you some members, maybe, possibly.
Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like, people change. You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
Oh, you said I'm talking about this dude saying Nolan is mixed. Big shout out to Blue Karen. My bad, Brad. Let me mind my damn business. Brad. Let's get back to the Nolan Wells case in this interview. My bad, Brad. You know, sometimes I get to dealing with them trolls and shit. I thought you was, coming at Karen, man. We don't play by Karen over here, man. Chucky 10 months, man. We don't play about that.
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest because it's like, what? Like, where'd you get that from? Yeah. I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is or how racist the coast is in Ocean Springs. And yeah, no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea. And what I thought was crazy lie from the beginning was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island?
Yeah, that's when the stories first came out. People thought that they had kind of went out there on some solo shit. They didn't know it was like a big meetup event type. Everybody comes out there to kick it. So I can agree to that. When I first heard the story, I didn't think it was, a big ordeal. I thought it was like few guys went out on a boat, one of them didn't come home. I didn't know it was like a bunch of other boats out there and shit.
From your vantage point.
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13 miles? Like, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people. Like, I'm talking.
Brad says, dude, I'm mixed and I was always treated black and I am black. Nobody ever made fun of me for being mixed, but I always got some hate for being black. Correct. The world is going to tell you that you black. Inside of your own communities and what's going on, neighborhoods and shit, it might be different. But when you step out into that world, man, the world going to let you know if you're black or not. Straight up. Now, what I will say is this. You kind of probably grew up around black people. Like, I have family members. Now, they're not mixed, but they're light skin. Yeah. And they grew up pretty much in this area. And I'm just gonna tell you like this. They weren't looked at as white at all. They were looked at as black. But I could tell they didn't grow up how I grew up. You feel me? Did you say it like that? I can tell that they didn't grow up how I grew up. They grew up a little different, and that's okay.
Talking like on the lower end, man. We're talking about smaller vessels here. Man,
oh my God. A year, big niece, chunky. A year, 12 months, a chunky 12 months at the round table of plugs. If you rocking with the stream, double tap that screen. Thank you, Big Niche, for being a member for a chunky 12 months, girl. A whole damn year. I didn't even know I had memberships for a year. You just let me know that.
if I had to take a rough estimate in my area of the island that I was in, 400, 500 people easy. If I'm taking an actual estimate, about 400 to 500 people easy. In our group, and the group of, I would say, young adults that were in the group of Nolan Wells, 100, 150, 200 people.
So the idea that Nolan went out with 4 white boys.
So now he's saying it was 100, 150 people out there. So was it thousands of people out there, or was it a couple hundred people out there? Was it thousands of people out there, or was it a couple hundred people out there? Now the island is how many miles long, chat? So maybe he's talking about on their side of the island, there was a couple hundred people.
And they took him to a deserted island, and he was allegedly last seen with a girl, and they just abandoned him. What do you say to that?
No. From the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island, I could have named 50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there. There was 10 boats that camped out at.
You said, no, he said a couple hundred in a personal group, but thousands out there all together. There were multiple groups. Come on, follow the path of cognitive thinking. Listen, you don't tell me how to run my show. You don't tell me how to run my show. If we gonna break this shit down and walk this shit through together, that's what we gonna do. We gotta he said earlier in this shit, I wanna be very specific. I gotta be very specific about this shit. Well, if I gotta infer some shit, that means he's not being specific enough, right? If there's the room for inference, he's not being specific enough.
Horn Island. I know a boat that didn't leave Horn Island until 8 o'clock that night. Nobody would have ever seen, take that back, nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island. That's a place of everybody loves to go and hang out. That's their peace. Nobody wants to see anybody out there, especially in the boating community, and I can speak on that, like, genuinely. I grew up in it. That's absurd.
Officer Tatum, the one said there was thousands of people out there. This guy said it was 150 to 200 people in Nolan's group. It's straight up.
It's absurd.
So can you help me understand the fight a little better? Because I interviewed Warren, who's your friend, and he had made mention that his brother was involved in the fight. So can you explain who actually started fighting, and were you fighting his brother?
Here we go.
Were you fighting somebody else? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, and I can see now, especially, it's all been blown out of proportion. But so originally, I'll go back a couple steps. Original, me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her lid, her new koozie in the water. And so she started to let me hear it and basically told me I was paying for it. And she was really upset with me and mad about it. And I needed to kind of sober her up a little bit. And so we're walking back. And during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He had butted himself into my conversation.
Getting in somebody's business.
Basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she had ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him, and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And he sat there, and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him, and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation. And after I came out, he swung. He threw the first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the...
Motherfuckers need to mind their business, bro. Mind their business, man. What do you mean? You need to watch how you're talking to your girlfriend. I better not hear it again. Don't know him from a can of paint and then swung. Listen, chat. I'm not gonna say that, man. I want to keep this live up, man. But the motherfuckers get to pushing daisies for shit like that. The motherfuckers get to pushing daisies for shit like that.
In the boat, I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat, I'm sorry. And I listened to my uncle.
And what was Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat because I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water, and I'm on the boat, and the situation is done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking.
I remember one time, chat, when I used to be a rapper, right? I'm at the club, and I got my security with me. We deep at the club, but we probably got like 10, 15 of us in the club. My security in the club with me. And I had got into it with this girl I was with at the time. She was just so fucking wasted, bro. And it was just time to go. She was drunk as hell. So this one dude came and got in my business, but I'm not really realizing that he getting in my business. I'm sitting here talking like this. He's right here. My security done picked him up like this, bro, and told him, you ain't ready to die, is you? He was like, no, sir. Security put him down and shit. I remember he tried to get in my fucking business. That shit was crazy.
Crap. So Carter gets up, and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? He was like, well, if you got a problem with Tristan, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial breakup of these people that are involved? So the guy that you fought was
white.
White.
I'm the only black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And at all. I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white. Mm-hmm. I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white. There was no other black guy involved. And I know Ben Crump tried to run with a story saying I was Nolan. Well, it was like, nice try, but there was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that was Carter's involvement, and that was kind of it. Like, after the fight, man, I remember getting off the boat.
Yeah, we played the 911 recording. I played the whole 8-minute recording, but I didn't play. They got some versions that they've enhanced the audio on, like kind of where you can hear the background. And some of the clips do to like, oh shit, is he dead? It sounds like they're saying it. And I ran it through and checked to see if that recording was AI, because I heard it clearly where they was like, oh shit, is he dead or some shit like that. And the AI said that it was not fabricated. That was the actual audio. So I don't know. I didn't play it on here because I haven't verified it and it sounds enhanced. I played the original straight through recording on here, and you really can't hear it on the 8-minute recording because I didn't know where it was at. But I did hear that recording you talking about, but it was enhanced. I also got the video. Did y'all see the video that they was trying to say may have been Nolan getting slammed? Then people are trying to say that one of those Twitter pages debunked it, but they haven't really verified if it's been debunked or not. I got that video too, but due to the YouTube guidelines, I cannot play that video on here, but I'll put it in the Discord. If y'all want to see it in the Discord, I will drop it in the Discord. Mods, drop the Discord for the new members. Please go copy a new link though. Don't give them an expired link. Go copy a new link so they can see this video in the Discord. But it's an unverified video.
I got off the boat and I walked up to the island. I was telling people, I was like, hey, like, I just need to cool off. Like, let me be. This is after everything is dispersed. There was no crowd anymore when I walked off the boat. And I was like, let me be. Well, again, my uncle yelled at me and I was like, I don't care what you're doing. Get back on the boat. We're leaving. So I got back on the boat and we left shortly after that.
And well, at least I know you from the interviews that you've done. Some of the other boys haven't spoken out at all.
Yeah.
You've had a chance to use your voice to put the truth out there. You did an interview with, I think, ABC, and you also did an interview with the Rolling Stones.
That was my first interview, yeah, with Rolling Stone.
The first interview was Rolling Stones, then ABC?
And then ABC, yes.
Now, from what you told me before this interview is that the Rolling Stones gave you...
He on a damn media tour. He went with the Rolling Stones, ABC. Now he with Officer Tatum. Why this my first time seeing him? Because TMZ did an interview, but that was with a different kid. The kid TMZ did an interview with was a different kid. So far, we've seen 3 black kids talk about this. We've seen this guy here. We've seen the kid on TMZ. Oh, shit. And that's pretty much it, I think. Right.
A very fair interview. It seemed like the young lady who interviewed you articulated very clearly what you told her with no fluff, no nothing added.
And she cared. She really did care. And she made sure that what she was telling was the complete truth behind everything with me, with my uncle, and then also fact checking on her side as being in media. And it all aligned, man. And when they came out with that, it was really genuine. When I felt that, it brought me to tears because it was like, that's the truth. That's exactly how it needed to be worded. And I appreciated her. I appreciated her a lot. And we took her out to...
yeah, if he was there with his uncle and his uncle was the only black one involved in the incident, he said it was all white people. His uncle was white. The guy he was into it was white. Everybody was white that he was into it with the altercation. He said they left like 45 minutes afterwards. He rode out there with his uncle. His uncle knows, like, if nephew get in some shit, it's going to be some shit. I'm going to have to, so it doesn't surprise me that they got the fuck on up out of there after the fight.
One Island this morning to do another little bit. But
what's up, Jay?
She's done well, and that's the truth. Her story is nothing but the truth.
Now, ABC, on the other hand, did they treat you fairly, or how did that go?
So, I don't want to say they treated me unfairly. The quotes that he used in the article, he did ask me for my permission on it. And I gave it to him.
Hit the like button, chat.
to an extent. I changed up some stuff, and that he initially didn't change when he came out with it. And then the voice recording, that's really what gets me, because that's what the main people are listening to, right? They're not going in and reading in depth in the article and really seeing everything. They're just going off of, well, what's on TV, because people don't like to read these days. But how they made that and cut a lot of my voice sounded horrible. Sounded bad. I didn't like it. I didn't like that side of it, but it already aired, so what was I gonna do? Really?
And at one point, I could have sworn you said.
See, I don't think Tatum's a plant because he's been doing this for a long time. I think he's a proxy. So Tatum is a proxy. He's not a plant, he's a proxy. If y'all understand what I mean.
That you didn't feel comfortable doing the interview on camera.
Yes.
And did you do that because you didn't want to be visibly promoted on television, or what? How did that?
So the side of that, and I didn't want to be on camera for two main reasons.
See, a plant is someone who, from the very beginning, they're inserted in there. Their whole rise is inserted. When you got someone who's already got some momentum, got a catalog, been doing something for a while, we call that over here turning the light switch. We call that flipping the switch, cutting it on, going piping them up. They already doing something, so we just gonna go ahead and flip the switch on them, give them maximum visibility, and bring them in. I talk about that in my book, The Art of Organized Action, the framework for a modern political movement. I talk about that. I talk about garnering voices that are not yours yet. Those are things that's going on. We see it in real time right now. That's the difference between a plant and flipping on the switch.
I never wanted to do an interview and get famous. I never wanted any attention, per se, famous attention. I don't care about the negative side of it. I'm doing what I think is right. I never wanted any positive attention, let's say. All I wanted to be is for my guys to know that I had their back and I got Nolan's back. And I didn't want the investigation especially on social media side, I guess, and with Ben Crump and their legal team, to go down the wrong path at all. That was my sole purpose, is to tell the truth. And
like, I would call someone like Nick Shirley a plant. You know what I'm saying? Well, not even really. Nick Shirley was kind of doing his thing a little bit, then they flipped the switch on his ass. Nick Fuentes had been doing his thing for a while, then he got max visibility. But the people who come in the game, what's their girl name? Like Bobby Atoff. The first fucking interview, she's with the Drake and shit like that. That's a plant. Is that her name, Bobby Atoff? I think so. That's considered a plant. Like, first fucking interview, that nobody can get Drake, but this bitch got Drake. Oh yeah, she's a plant. Shit like that.
And to clear up lies. When I talked to ABC, they wanted to do an in-person interview, and I told them no. I told them no because I'm getting death threats, and I don't like.
Good night, 114. You said you're missing the contradictions. I'm out. Well, have a good night, man. Sleep tight. You need somebody to come tuck you in.
I wanted any attention, per se, famous attention. I don't care about the negative side of it. I'm doing what I think is right. I never wanted any positive attention, let's say. All I wanted to be is for my guys to know that I had their back and I got Nolan's back. And I didn't want the investigation especially on social media side, I guess, and with Ben Crump and their legal team, to go down the wrong path at all. That was my sole purpose, is to tell the truth and to clear up lies. When I talked to ABC, they wanted to do an in-person interview, and I told them no. I told them no because I'm getting death threats, and I don't like them. It is what it is. I'm not putting myself out there any more than I need to. And I'm not sitting behind a camera.
You said Plug wants it to be about race so bad. Why do you think I want it to be about race so bad? And I'm not going to warn you again. Don't type in all caps in my chat. I'll read the chat. I'm not one of those. I see what the fuck y'all be saying. Whether I acknowledge it or not, I see it. Don't type in all caps no more. But why do I want it to be about race so bad?
And so for somebody to watch me talk about my best friend And I told him, I was like, if you want to do an article, it's okay. I'll talk and you can do the article on that side of it. I never originally wanted to go on TV, period. He convinced me into only using my voice, which now I regret, and I wish I would have just sat in front of a camera so you can visibly see the cuts. But they manipulated that interview pretty well. They made it sound a lot worse. And I know for a fact, most of that interview, you can't understand me because I was in tears the entire time talking about it. When he asked me about Nolan's death, and
So this is the thing about being crunk. There's a guy on here on YouTube named Dennis Sprawling. I forgot, I don't know his last name. Excuse me, sir, for mispronouncing your name. But he's been covering this case as well. I believe he's an attorney. And he said a good point, that Ben Crump is involved because it's a personal injury case. Basically, if something happened and Nolan wasn't unalived, then it becomes a case to where you could get a potential payout, a large payout. If Nolan was unalived, then there is no payout, right? So do with that what you will.
he put it at, if you listen to it carefully, he cuts it and I just say die. Nobody want to see him die. I don't talk like that, man. That's not what I said. I did say died during at one point in our interview, but I said we didn't want to see his life being taken from us, period. They didn't put that. They twisted some things around and they almost made a different narrative to where it's like, now people are coming out and lying. And it's like, man, no.
Yeah,
and
I was wondering if you were gonna, I remember I was like, I could have sworn he said he didn't want to be on camera and they put your picture all over the news. I mean, how did you feel about that? Was that something that you were okay with them doing that, or?
I kind of accepted it. I accepted it because I gave Rolling Stone permission to do it. So I know that's where they probably got that original photo of me and him standing next to each other.
But still, that's kind of weird that you tell them, oh, I don't want to, even if you gave you the permission with Rolling Stones, you go, I don't want to be on camera. And they put your picture up there on camera anyway.
I agree with you. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's odd, but generally speaking, man, like, I'm worried about my family's safety, but I have no regrets in what I've done.
Hit the like button, chat.
Not one. I sleep better at night now that I've spoken up, and I felt like I've done my part of the good, and I'm willing to help any other time if anything else pops up that I can't help with. And I genuinely just want the truth to be heard about it all, and it kills me and it breaks my heart that my best friends are going through this. Like, this is at home. This isn't something I'm just watching through a screen, listening to you talk about it or listening to somebody else talk about it. I'm living this. I'm getting the calls from my buddies crying, asking me how I'm not scared out of my mind. How am I okay dealing with all this?
So one thing that kind of stood out to me, there was a big contradiction on television, was you said in your interview that you were really, really good friends with Nolan, his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that, as if she don't even know you and she don't know who you are, and you're definitely not, at least is what she alluded to, you're definitely not his best friend. So what's the truth in that, and how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends, and she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. I met Nolan in 9th grade, as I've stated in my Rolling Stone interview. Nolan was my best friend, though. She can believe it or not, that was my best friend. No, me and her never had a sit-down, in-depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing? I've been to her house multiple times. I've taken Nolan to school multiple times. I've left my vehicle at her house multiple times, even including the new vehicle I just got. Has gotten left at her house for 2 days. And I just got it. I haven't even had it for 4 months. My vehicle before that stayed at her house for almost a week. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other.
So he's speaking about the prom photos and just how close he was with Nolan. He said he did not move to Ocean Springs until 9th grade. So that's what I was saying. It's different between having a friend from high school and a friend from the sandbox. I have friends from the sandbox that could walk into my mom's crib, go straight in the refrigerator like brothers, real brothers. Then I have friends that I met later in life. They ass just couldn't come in the house like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool. I fuck with you. You're my friend, but we don't go back to the sandbox, G. We just don't. And that's okay. But I need everybody to hit the like button, chat. We're definitely nowhere near the like goals. Double tap the screen on your way in. We're also 25 subscribers from the next sub goal. Please hit the like button on your way in.
You don't know me. Nolan's last name is Wells. My last name at one point in time was Walker. We were by each other in the alphabet when we graduated. Man, that's mind-boggling. It's insane. Me and Nolan have multiple classes together. Me and Nolan has always stayed tight. Nolan has always known that he could call me whatever. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number out of the friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But
Now y'all best friends and ain't got nobody damn phone number. Now I'm gonna keep it real. This is new. This has to be some. What generation are they now? Gen Alpha? What generation are they? I don't know. They're my best friends, and I don't even have their number. My best friends. Not some people I kick it with, not some people I'm cool with, not some people my best friends, and I don't have their phone number.
it's like no one called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there. But we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan. Somebody I can call, somebody that I've stayed up and I've cried to. That was one of her. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number. Out of the
Damn, my camera died. Okay. He said that he got a new phone number a couple months ago. He hadn't updated it. He got a new phone number a couple months ago, hadn't updated it. And he was keeping up with everybody on social media.
friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But it's like no one called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there. But we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan. Somebody I can call, somebody that I've stayed up.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen, for supporting the channel. I hope you had a great week, Karen.
Tried to. That was one of my best friends, generally speaking. She might not think it. That's okay. Me and Nolan knows where we stand with each other. And period. And Nolan knows that.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. You know, with interviewing with me, right? You know, we came out here to Mississippi. We just wanted to give the boys a voice, give you guys a voice. And out of, I'd say, all the other outlets that you could have spoken to, why do you feel that you wanted to talk to me tonight?
Honestly, I'm a big fan. I know when I look at news articles, big news articles, obviously, and then I know you talk on them, I make sure I go I watch the full thread of videos. I think our morals align alike, and when we spoke off camera, like it didn't seem like you were out here like another news reporter that just wanted the next big story. Like you just said,
Thank
it's
you,
like
AJ.
you genuinely wanted us to have a platform to be able to speak and to be able to tell the truth. And that's what I like. And I know I don't know, talking to Warren and knowing Miss Katie and being close to them and them trusting you was like, okay, I can sit down, I can have this conversation, and we can go through it, and we can have the interview on.
Saw your channel earlier. I do not care the specifics. The people here are racist as hell. I don't care if you far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, or alien NPC. You can get your ass in here and have a conversation, man. If you think that my chat is being racist, clutch your pearls, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Camera, and people can see me, really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, with all this stuff going on, and you knew Nolan very well, what do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crump, with, the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? How would you think he would address this or feel?
Man, come on, 9,000, man. You can't be putting that on the young brother. Now you talking about he's doing all kind of, come on, man. I don't even want to repeat that, man. I ain't even gonna put that narrative out there. Chill out, 9,000.
About this.
Well, I know people.
Thank
like
you,
these
Melissa.
They would turn over in his grave. If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would. No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement. Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all. I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he generally would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%. I know he wouldn't support any of it. I think he would want the truth and he would search for answers, but he wouldn't go about it like this. He wouldn't let us get dogged out like this. If Nolan could have spoke up, he would have already said something about our friend group and saying, yo, y'all are on the wrong path. Generally speaking, he would be mad. Like, he would be mad. And I don't understand how.
He would have spoke up about our friend group and said, y'all are on the wrong path. Generally speaking. Then we remember we started off the interview, Officer Tatum was like, did anyone in your friend group, or do you have any knowledge of anyone in your friend group killing Nolan, or did anyone kill Nolan in your friend group? Like, what? Well, y'all remember that Russell Westbrook meme? Like, what? Bro, what are you talking about? That's how I'm looking like.
How people don't see that, and how people are just okay with even some of his, I guess you could say, other best friends, man, how they were coming out and how they're acting behind it. It's like, man, Nolan was never like that. Nolan was an aggressive, threatening person. Don't get me wrong, Nolan would defend himself if he needed to defend himself. Nolan was loving and kind. Nolan was the furthest thing from a fight. Like, furthest thing from a fight. And I remember personally, I was in a heated argument and Nolan comes up cracking a joke and I'm like, bro, it's not even worth it. Like, come on. And it's like, that just shows his character wouldn't be like this. I know he wouldn't want people chanting at his funeral. I know that for a fact. I know nobody would want me or the rest of our friends to get dragged through like this. I know he would want all of us to feel comfortable going to that funeral, and all of us didn't because we're scared. And that says a lot. That says a lot. We're scared to go in our own town to who we called our best friend. We're all over his socials, man. Like, I don't know how you're discrediting and thinking that we could have hurt him. We could have known somebody that hurt him. Because like I told everybody, I would put myself in whatever position he was in 100 times before I let him pass away. And I mean that. I genuinely mean that. That dude, he was so loving and so kind. It was just wild. It's crazy. It's wild and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having the courage, man, to come down here and talk to us, give us, your point of view. And I say this, like I said to Warren, man, my whole objective is that, man, I was watching an injustice happen before my eyes. And an injustice meaning that the other side wasn't presented. And people that don't live here came into this town and shook it up, brought racism in it. And based on everybody's statement that I hear about Nolan, is that they didn't represent what he stood for.
No.
And they bastardized his character, in my opinion, this is my opinion, to make money and build a GoFundMe instead of trying to actually get to the bottom of what happened to him. And none of this have I seen any of the activists pursue what actually happened. Somebody could have seen something, and instead they're going after.
Who the GoFundMe money go to?
Dead ends simply because of race, simply because of convenience, instead of pursuing any other lead or any other notion of somebody knowing what happened to Nolan. So I thank you for coming out here, man. It took a lot of courage, putting your face out there, putting your name out there, putting the statements out there. Some people are gonna be mad at you, but I'll tell you, like I told Warren and all the other boys, is that I got your back, man. You tell them the truth. I appreciate that. You being a good man, doing what's right. I got your back, man. And I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
I got your back. It's crazy. This man just told him he getting death threats and his whole family getting death threats and shit. This nigga talking about I got your back. What the fuck is you gonna do? You finna go back to Texas, nigga. The fuck is you finna do? I'm down here in Ocean Springs, nigga, in the trenches.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the latest edition
Thank
of
you,
Special
This
Edition
Can Be
Straight
Real.
Shooter. As always, I appreciate the love and support that y'all have been giving me. Thanks so much for all the love and support. Just continue to support Straight Shooter. Just go to Stephen A. Smith, Straight Shooter, and obviously you'll be the latest member of the Straight Shooter family.
I'm trying to skip through it, Chad.
To say the least, there's a lot to get into. So without further ado, here we go. Get your ears perked up. Get your thought process circulating and percolating. It's time to get into it right now. My first guest is a civil rights attorney, a former federal prosecutor, and an MS Now legal analyst. He writes the What Matters Now newsletter on Beehive, and you can catch him on his podcast, The Brothers Briefing. He is joined by a former Arizona police officer.
Oh my God, here goes a motherfucker named B Whiskey. No, you drunk. You're questioning he's got your back or I got your back. What about you? You're not gonna do anything. Exactly, nigga. I'm telling the fucking truth. I'm the one that's gonna keep it real. Shit, I know I ain't got their back. What the fuck can I do? I'm at home, nigga. I got shit to do. What the fuck? You call me, all right? What the fuck I can't protect you, nigga. What the fuck are we talking about here? At least I'm not lying to him. Shit.
Turned conservative YouTube political commentator and host of the Officer Tatum podcast. Please
I gotta go
welcome
home,
to the show,
nigga.
Charles F. Coleman Jr. and of course, Officer Brandon Tatum. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing? How's everything?
Blessed.
I'm doing well, brother. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Charles Coleman Jr., let's start off with you. What can you tell us? I mean, the Nolan Wells case has been in the news for nearly 3 weeks now. For those who may not be aware of the case or have not kept up with the facts, just to recap, he was an 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. On July 4th, he and a group of friends traveled by private boat.
See, that's why I can't do that shit, bro. I keep it too real, bro. Y'all want this hero story and shit like I'm gonna save today. Listen, man, you just told me you getting death threats and them folks is on your ass. It's not nothing I can do for you once I leave here. Once my black ass go back home, nigga, I'm sorry. What do you think I'm finna do? Pay for security or something? Man, come on, like, be real. The fuck you think I'm gonna do?
To Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the Mississippi coast. Wells was the only black person on the boat. Wells was last seen on the island around 3 p.m.
Lisa, you shut up. Shit. Gonna come in here and tell me to shut up. You shut up, Lisa. You keep typing and shit, man, and shut the fuck. Don't you got a sandwich to go make or something, Lisa? You in here telling me to shut up, man. Go tell your man to shut up, man.
His friends returned to the mainland without him. And as a result, ultimately, a couple of days later, he was found dead. Charles Coleman Jr., at this particular juncture, what's on your mind in terms of this case? What's missing? What are your thoughts?
Well, Stephen A., we just saw the family release their independent autopsy results yesterday, which were conducted by Dr. Roger Mitchell, who is the president of the National Medical Association. And those results were inconclusive. They were able to establish that Nolan Wells did not die by accident, that he did not die of natural causes, but at the same time that they were not able to establish that this was a homicide. In fact, those results established that it was not a homicide. Now, one important caveat to note is that the chief medical officer from the state of Mississippi, the sheriff's office, removed the throat from Nolan Wells's autopsy when their autopsy was conducted first. We have not heard the results of the state's autopsy, but we know that when Roger Mitchell examined the body for the family, that the throat and other organs have been removed. So that your listeners understand, that's not abnormal. That is something that takes place normally during the case of an investigation and of an autopsy. So there's nothing that was wrong there. But at this point, Dr. Roger Mitchell, who did the independent autopsy from the family, has not been able to confirm any sense of foul play as of yet. That was undecided or undecisive.
Okay, so he cleared it up. It's nothing. What about the organs, though? Wasn't the organs supposed to be put back in the bag? I don't know. What about the organs? Now, he's saying the throat, that was okay to not be gone. What about the organs? Chat, I need everyone to hit the like button. We're about 40 likes away from the next like goal. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We go live every single night over here at 10 p.m. Central Time.
That does not mean that foul play may not have occurred. It just means that the autopsy that was conducted by the family did not show that conclusively. He saw some trauma to, some potential trauma to Nolan Wells's head. That was not something that he was able to explain as being the result of foul play. And we have yet to hear the state's autopsy and what they found or what their findings were. You may recall, and listeners may recall, that initially the sheriff's office said that they had no reason to suspect that foul play was afoot. And what I would say that this autopsy confirms from the family is that while that cannot be certainly confirmed, it still can't be ruled out. So finally, there are 60 witnesses that have been interviewed in the course of this investigation by the sheriff's office. There's likely going to be a presentation to the grand.
What's up, Miles? He says 60 people have been interviewed, so that's new. That's something we didn't know over here. We ain't covered that. He says 60 people have been interviewed. Let me go back to that part.
Recall, and listeners may recall, that initially the sheriff's office said that they had no reason to suspect that foul play was afoot. And what I would say that this autopsy confirms from the family is that while that cannot be certainly confirmed, it still can't be ruled out. So finally, there are 60 witnesses that have been interviewed in the course of this investigation by the sheriff's office. There's likely going to be a presentation to the grand jury, and we don't know what the toxicology report will show from Nolan Wells because much of that is in the hands of the state. But as of right now, this is where things stand.
You said the throat doesn't determine if someone drowned. You look at the lungs. The throat determines if someone has been strangled or choked the fuck out. That's what the throat determines, if someone's been choked the fuck out. Strangulation and shit.
And as a former prosecutor, I want to know what the state's autopsy is going to say, and what are the witness accounts that they are going to put forward in the grand jury.
Officer Tatum, you personally interviewed, you traveled to Mississippi, from my understanding, to personally interview one of the young men who left the island without Nolan. Why should the public trust whatever account is coming from them right now, in your estimation, based on what you've learned? First things first, I shouldn't say that. First things first, what did you deduce from the conversation you had from one of the friends that was with Nolan Wells? What did you take away from that you'd like the public to know?
Well, Stephen A., I want to make sure this is clear. I actually spoke to all the boys that were being accused.
Who comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and said like a pack of woods or something? Thank you for supporting the channel, who?
I spoke to family members. I spoke to also their attorneys. It's just that the one young man had the, I wouldn't say courage, because others had reasons why they didn't want to come on the camera, but he was able to come on the camera, and I interviewed him. And I also interviewed another young man who was black, who was there, who had his own personal accounts of what happened. I'm not asking people to believe or not believe. I just wanted to give people the information. So nobody had heard from the young boys. Nobody had heard their accounts, and a lot of misinformation.
Bro, that's how we know we got a bot in here, bro. We ain't talked about Trump all night. This man come here talking about TDS can be terminal. Censored is a bot, bro. That's how y'all gotta know when the bots come in here, bro. Like, we ain't said a motherfucking thing about Trump, man. It's crazy.
Was put out there, some intentionally, some maybe not intentionally, but it was very detrimental and not conducive for the investigation into Nolan Wells' death. It was punitive. They came.
Oh, Karen comes through with a gifted membership. Thank you, Karen, for gifting that membership to Tribal Rhythm. Tribal Rhythm. Be sure to tell Karen thank you for that gifted membership. Thank you again, Karen, for always supporting the channel. Everyone be sure to double tap the screen, and we are still 15 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We got to get these subs up, chat. We got to get the subs up, or I'm going to have to put it on subscriber-only mode for the chat. If we don't get the subs moving, y'all know I got to put this shit in subscriber-only chat. I don't want to do y'all like that. Don't do me like that.
Came out and started with race. It had to be something nefarious because these boys are white for any other reason. So I wanted to go out and hear the full story. And what I deduced from the interview and talking to everybody is that these young boys had nothing to do with what ended up happening to Nolan Wells. And also they were best friends. I mean, these kids had so many pictures, so many text messages of them being closer to Nolan than any other friend group.
Hey, Censor said, plug, I'll be sure to skip your BS. Thanks, Pippin. Skip down the fucking street, skip the Malou, play hopscotch, frolic. I don't give a damn. Come on, man. I don't give a damn.
Group. And also one thing that shocked me was that this was an island, not secluded, not an island with 5 or 6 people on it. It was an island where there was thousands of people there, hundreds of boats, and also a lot of people could verify the statements that was made from some of these young men. So
Censor said, all but hurt, no censored. It's 1,000 of you, man. Yeah, I get y'all by the fucking dozens every day, man. You know how you go to the store and you see the carton of eggs, how they be in 12s and 18s and 36s and 48s and shit? That's how I get motherfuckers like y'all, trolls and shit. Motherfuckers who high and by come in, try to be seen, and then get the fuck on, announce that they're leaving like somebody actually gave a fuck, man. That's how I look at you, Censored.
I really wish that we could have started at a point to say, what happened to Nolan Wells? Let's work together as a community. Let's talk to these young men, talk to other people, and let's find out what happened to Nolan instead of jumping the race.
Officer Tatum, how do you know that it was misinformation that was put out there? How did you come to the conclusion that something was misinformation? Explain that. Is it just according to their account or something else?
No, initially I knew it was hogwash because when
it says you are blocking bots and anyone who doesn't agree with you, that's self-snitching. What the fuck are you talking about, Brian? I'm gonna need you to put the beers down, man. I know you over there. You done had too many fucking natty lights or natty ices, whatever the fuck you drink, man. Put that shit the fuck down for the night, man. It's over with. I know it's Saturday. You had a long work week. Hey, man, slow the fuck down.
Sharpton and them got on TV, they automatically made an inference to say, well, it was something that had to happen because these kids were white. It was one white kids with one black boy. I mean, that there's no evidence to project that unless you believe every white person is nefarious in their dealings with black people. And so I thought that was suspicious on his face. And then they said that Nolan was the only black kid. He was not the only black kid. Many of his black friends were also at the island with him. So, you know, some of those things that started to come out, I knew that they were not being truthful about what happened.
Charles, your thoughts, your response to what Officer Tatum just said.
I don't necessarily know that the initial statements about Nolan being with some of his white friends is entirely afactual. I also don't know that it is a nefarious statement in as much as these are facts. He was with a number of different white boys or a number of different boys who are white. I think that the problem with what Officer Tatum has just pointed out is that
you said
there
you don't
is an underpinning of race.
You said you don't get it. How is Tatum biased? He said he was biased. He said I immediately took y'all side. When he was interviewing the other dude, Wyatt, he said I immediately took y'all side. I mean, shit, he said it, not me.
When you're having a conversation about the types of things that happen and have happened to black boys and black people in Mississippi such that it cannot be summarily dismissed. I did not necessarily jump to any conclusion, but the history of what race relations have been in Mississippi and how we have not necessarily been safe has caused me to take a special look at this case. It doesn't mean that I'm accusing anyone of anything. It doesn't mean that I do not believe in finding the process. But at the same time, I am not going to ignore the facts, which you just pointed out. These are facts. He may have been with other black people, but we have seen the pictures, we have seen the photos. There were a number of people who were gathered out there for the July 4th holiday, but Nolan Wells was.
You said Officer Tatum is not biased. He speaks the truth. That's why I like him. Why he don't talk about white men? Why when only time he talk about white people is white liberal women? You know, why he don't never talk about white men? He'll talk about Muslims. He'll talk about the Latinos. He'll talk about niggas all day. He won't touch talking about white men. Or he won't touch talking about Israel. It's a couple things that he just won't fucking touch. He's biased.
With 3 boys who happen to be white. Those are facts.
He was with, but the thing is that it's facts without context. He was with more than just 3 white boys. That's the problem. There was over 20, 30 kids that got on 3 boats, and they all went to the island together. They didn't just travel with Nolan and just these 3 boys. Many of the boys that they're accusing, including Warren, wasn't even on the boat with Nolan when Nolan went out to the island. So some of those things.
And that's why you like him. The moment he start getting on white men ass and shit like that, you ain't gonna like him no more. That's why you like him. That's why you think he speaks the truth, because he don't call out y'all shit. See, one thing about me over here, I'll call niggas out. I'll call the Latinos out. I'll call the white folks out. I'll call the Haitians out. I'll call everybody out. You show me the race, I show you the fucking stereotype. It is what it is. That's how we get down over here.
Things were mischaracterizations of what actually happened. And the thing is that I don't think it's fair to say, because history has shown in part that white people or black people have had injustices, that all of a sudden you project that into a new situation. Black people have done nefarious things to other black people. Does that mean that you automatically jump to saying, oh, black people must be wrong in this situation? You know, because he had his black friends there too. And why nobody's questioning them? Why nobody's saying, why didn't the black friends rescue him? What did the black kids know about Nolan? And many of them said that they saw him last when the white boys had left at 4:30. So I just think that the race should never be interjected. Nolan's friends told me, and they...
Listen, your name is James Shits 1933. And you think you have an opinion in this motherfucker? Listen, your name is James Shits 1933. Brother, man, you have bigger problems in your life than me. Your name is James Shits 1933, and you're in a YouTube comment throwing fucking rocks, man. I just know you have no friends. I just know you have no motion. I don't even want to do you like that, bro. You going through enough, bro. Your name is James Shits 1933.
And they proved to me that they were really close to him and they were some of his best friends. They said Nolan would have been incredibly upset
at the way people are framing his death and going after his friends with no evidence.
Well, here's the
Officer
thing.
Tatum, hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. I would say this to you, Officer Tatum. I get where you're coming from. And by the way, I appreciate the context and I appreciate the reporting on your part, because numerous reports that I had read was talking about how he was the only black kid there. He was a black kid with a few white boys. And you articulating that fact is very, very important. I think that's important and fair to point out. But what do you say to folks that will ask this kind of a question? He's on a boat.
I'm just saying, chat, before Stephen A. asked this question, his name is James Shit. So it's either he's trying to let the world know that he has a fucking bowel movement like he's a damn toddler. He can finally shit now and wipe his ass, or that's his last name. And if that's his last name, I feel even worse for the man. Like, fuck, bro. You couldn't win, nigga.
He's on an island, and according to numerous reports, he talked about staying behind and traveling back with a different set of company. Yet his car keys and his phone was left on a boat that he had traveled to those guys with. So what teenager do you know is saying he's staying someplace, but he's going to leave his car keys and his phone on the boat with the guys that he arrived at the island with? That does seem a bit suspicious, particularly when the guy's mother, Nolan Wells' mother, had to use some app to locate the phone, and it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, hey, man, you guys had to leave, because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, nah, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the key situation, people need to understand the context.
All right, so he spoke about the phone. Do y'all believe Officer Tatum? Most people left their phones on the boat. Remember, Wyatt said people had their phones for like maybe a minute or two to take a picture, and then they would put it back on the boat because they were in waist-deep water. That's what Officer Tatum is echoing right now. I need everyone to hit the like button, everyone to subscribe to the channel. Everyone. If everyone hit subscribe right now, everyone hit like right now. Welcome in, Sleepy. I haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome in, Sleepy.
Nolan never brought his keys with him because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning Nolan was Warren called Nolan's mom, and she hung up the phone on him the first time because she didn't know who he was. The second call, he told her, hey, Nolan haven't come back. Do you know, have you heard from him? And then they called the Coast Guard. So his mother was very much aware that they had Nolan's phone. His mother did not have to track the phone through Life 360. His mother didn't come get the phone. Another parent of a black kid who was out there with Nolan came to get her son's phone and Nolan's phone. So why didn't Al Sharpton or any of them ask these boys what happened, have them show evidence, and then present it to the public? And it's because I think they wanted the race bait instead of trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
Do you know hold on, Charles. Do you know whether or not Al Sharpton and those guys had asked to talk to the kids and the kids refused to talk to them? Do you know whether there's any truth to that?
They told me that they haven't heard anything from Al Sharpton or anybody that tried to contact them. This is what they told me. Now, they showed me messages where parents had communicated and reached out to Benjamin Crump, his team, and said, we would love to communicate with you guys. Any questions you have, we want to talk to you guys so you can get the context. Also, they messaged Nolan's mother multiple times. about communicating and saying, hey, if you need anything, if you want to talk, we can give you the context of what happened. And nobody reached out to these boys. And I saw evidence of this, which is what frustrated me about this in the first place.
Charles, floor is yours.
So here's the thing, Officer Tatum, we're not going to litigate the facts on here from one side of someone who's had an opportunity to talk to a sample size of people who were involved in this investigation. You and I know just as well that the real issue here is that the people who conducted the investigation, i.e. the Mississippi Sheriff's Department, who've talked to over 60 witnesses in this case, have not yet presented that case or their findings to a grand jury, and they've been extremely tight-lipped with respect to what they have found and what it is that they know. Where I'm going with this is, regardless of who you may have spoke to, who Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton may have spoken to, what information they have had, we are all trying to piece this together. And so it is equally as unfair to present a certain set of facts as if this is the final context of things, when in reality, we don't know. What I will say about the overall situation is that for me, as a civil rights attorney, I am looking at this and I am saying that there needs to be a greater sense of transparency from the Sheriff's Department, because they are the ones who have spoken to most of the parties who have been involved in this case. They've conducted over 60 witness interviews. They've done the toxicology report. They have the autopsy. So these are the people who are truly equipped from an information place to give the public the most accurate picture. So I am not calling what you're putting out misinformation, but what I am saying is that that is just an equally biased and slanted point of view in the opposite way, because it lacks the full context. So because of that, let me finish. It's disingenuous intellectually, number one, to dismiss the notion of race, because that is choosing to ignore the history in America.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. Officer Tatum got a little act right with this man right here, Charles F. Coleman, man. Most time Officer Tatum, get the, getting a little out of his body and shit, man. But yeah, I don't think Charles going for this shit, man. This is a really good conversation. I like this. This is a good conversation
that we have faced. Number two, it's equally disingenuous to play a whataboutism to try and substitute the notion of black on black crime, which is a complete misnomer as to why we should not focus, or at least note, I won't even say focus, at least note the color issues that are at play with respect to what could or might have happened to Nolan Wells. Again, not necessarily being accusatory. And it's just as disingenuous for you to go further and say, well, we must assume, or it seems like Crump and Sharpton and everyone else was projecting the notion of race. That may have been your interpretation, which I cannot necessarily argue with. But it is just as problematic for you to suggest the polar opposite of that when none of us have conducted this full investigation. You have a limited sample size. I have a limited sample size. The public has been wrought with misinformation. So for me, the real issue here is a lack of transparency from the sheriff's office to give the public a complete picture.
Well, let me tell you where I disagree with you fully. As a former police officer, and I was a PIO, I dealt with all of these things. The police department is not an injustice when you say there's a lack of communication or transparency. The police department cannot put this information out there when you still have suspects at large. If they go and release some of this information and show their hands of what they know and don't know, then potential suspects will begin to destroy evidence. They'll start hiding. They'll start cleaning stuff. You don't want to give that information out to the public until you know for a fact that you've been able to communicate with every suspect that's out there. If you start putting out the autopsy prematurely, and it shows blunt force to the head, strangulation to the neck, then the people who have done this are going to make sure they hide the murder weapon. They're going to make sure they get their stories together and say, no, I didn't hit him in the back of the head. You don't want to project those things too prematurely. So there's no issue with transparency. And I'll say this: the reason that I'm talking about Al Sharpton and them is because the first thing that they said was that he was there with white boys, therefore there had to been something. And then it goes back historically. Some of them compared this to the young man.
I've heard very different messages from them when they have said, we cannot assume that this is racist, but we cannot assume that it wasn't. So I'm
Okay,
going to correct you there.
let me jump in here.
Who's that, Charles? Hold on. So, Charles, who said that? Who said
that was
that?
Al Sharpton.
Literally during his eulogy, Al Sharpton said,
Al Sharpton.
we cannot assume that this was racist. And he said, we can
interject.
also not assume that.
Okay, so the Al Sharpton say that. I kind of skipped through when Al Sharpton was talking and got straight to the autopsy. I need everyone in here hit the like button right now and subscribe to the channel. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, and we're 15 likes away, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel.
That it wasn't.
Let me
Take your time. Take your time. Hold on, guys. Take your time. Ain't nothing getting edited out. Don't worry about it. Trust me. All of it is. I'm not editing a damn thing. Go ahead, Officer Tatum. The floor is yours.
Well, let me interject. When you are looking for justice for your child in a criminal case, meaning that somebody committed a crime against your child, why do you go out and get a civil rights attorney? These Benjamin Crump and them are known for going after these cases specifically in injustices against black people.
Let me
Officer Tatum, let me try it first.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's fair. No, that's fair, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm a former prosecutor. I'm a civil rights attorney. Please understand how these things work. At the end of the day, when you're talking about quote unquote justice, the first reason why you get someone like Benjamin Crump is because he's a person who has experience with wrongful death lawsuits.
Black people.
So it's not about black people. No,
it is. Benjamin don't represent white people.
Please talk about that is completely false. That is
Show me
completely
when was the
false.
last case he represented
I'm
where
not
he
here to
supported
do
white people?
I'm not here to do your research for you.
No, you
But
the one
Benjamin
said
Crump-
it. I'm telling you
but
it didn't
Benjamin-
happen.
But Benjamin Crump has a long-standing career of supporting people of all races and ethnicities when it comes to the violation of their civil rights.
Give me one.
As well as personal injury. So please let me answer your question.
Go ahead.
The reason why you get a civil rights attorney is because, number one, Benjamin Crump has extensive experience when it comes to wrongful death suits. Number two, in this situation, it is possible that there may be an element that Nolan Wells' civil rights were violated and that something may have happened to him because of his color, which is why you get a civil rights attorney. Is why you get a civil rights attorney. And so that is the answer to your question.
It's about
As
color.
a former prosecutor, you let the police and the sheriff's office deal with the notion of criminality because that is one thing that Benjamin Crump can't do anything about. But
let's say this, brother. Can I jump in here?
That's why you go get someone like Benjamin Crump.
Why wouldn't the kids get civil rights? Like for instance, people were saying, why did these kids lawyer up? Well, first of all, they didn't. Many of them didn't even have a lawyer. They went and talked to investigators and did a lie detector test equivalent with no lawyers. Okay, so but anyway, would you think it would be weird if these kids went out and got a civil rights attorney?
Why would they have a civil rights attorney? They're not being accused of anything.
They are being accused. They are being accused.
Who's accused them?
They are accused.
Who has accused
Al
them?
Sharpton. Benjamin Crump.
Show me where Al Sharpton has accused them of something.
All right,
as opposed to saying,
this is what they said.
Suspicious.
This is what they said. No. They said they put these boys' pictures out on the internet and said he went out and they framed it as he went out just with them. And something happened, and we know something happened, and why they hiding phones and doing all this? He's accusing them before any evidence is presented.
That's not an accusation. That is
an accusation.
But it's a statement of suspicion. That is not an accusation.
Charles, hold on. Charles, let me chime in here. A statement of suspicion, some people would say, is an accusation. I understand from the legal, literal sense what you're saying. But talking amongst ourselves right now, when you say a statement of suspicion is not an accusation, that's not how people interpret a statement of suspicion.
All right, so we're going to do the first live poll of the night. Is Ben Crump accusing Nolan's friends of unaliving him? Yes or no? Is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton accusing Nolan Wells' friends of doing something to him? Yes or no down in the chat, man. Double tap that screen, shut a live out. We're 15 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
And when you make a statement of suspicion, you're making an accusation. I mean, can we at least concede that, Charles?
What I will say in response to that, Stephen A., is to whatever extent there may have been statements of suspicion that were interpreted in that manner given early on, I think the record has been clear leading up to and during Nolan Wells' funeral that A, we don't know what happened, B, we won't rule anything out, and C, with respect to ruling anything out or not ruling anything out, we are not saying that this absolutely.
All right, chat. I just did an OG move because it's the weekend and we are the weekenders. I just went and unblocked everybody. Everybody that we had blocked, I just unblocked everybody. So Todd is in the building. What's up, Todd, man? Don't cut up tonight, Todd. What's up, though? I hope you've been doing good, Todd.
Absolutely happened, but we are not saying that we are resting until we get answers.
Can I show you where this becomes biased?
Officer Tatum, let me come at you with this. What's wrong? There's a kid now. Okay, granted, you did your homework. You went out there and you actually talked to several of his friends. Props to you for that. But the bottom line is, this kid, Nolan Wells, is dead. And he was the only one that was dead. What's wrong with, again, in the state of Mississippi, not just with white boys, there were some dudes there as well, but he had other people there. He was the one that did not come home alive. Again, without an official accusation. What's wrong with having your suspicions raised and saying, listen, we need some damn answers. Something ain't right. He was a healthy young 18-year-old and he didn't come home alive. How'd that happen? What's wrong with that?
Now, if they had context and all the information and then they led with that, I would have no problem with it. But let me tell you this right now, Stephen A. Smith and Charles, I'm telling you right now, if a white boy was on an island with his black friends, all black, and some white folks put on a camera that something must be suspicious because the one white boy is with all these black dudes, and something may have happened. We know that people covering it up.
I'm just gonna be honest, shit, I would probably feel the same way. I'm just gonna be honest. If it was a white boy out there and he was just around a whole bunch of niggas, some shit happened, I'm gonna be like, hey, some potentially could have happened to the white boy. I'm just gonna be honest. Same thing with some Mexicans. If he was out there with a whole bunch of Mexicans and something happened. If he was out there with a whole bunch of niggas and something happened. Hey, man, something might have happened to him. I don't get what Officer Tatum's going with this.
Up and everything because these kids black. Man, we'd be pissed off on that. Ain't no way in the world I'd accept somebody saying, you gonna blame these black boys for doing something to this kid just because they black? That's insane. And that's what happened in this situation.
If a white boy had been on that boat with 3 black boys, we would have seen a very different.
Where's your evidence? Give me a case.
History.
See, and I see y'all saying teach people how to swim. Yes, swimming is important, but that water is dangerous. That water plays with no one. You got to respect that water. You can be a world champion swimmer and lose your fucking life by that playing. Underwater currents, high tides, and all of that shit, man. That water ain't no bitch. I don't know what the fuck y'all thought this was, but in general, I lost someone really close to me to that water, man. I don't play with that shit.
No history. You can say history can tell us everything.
We would have seen please let me finish my statement. We would have seen a very different.
Give me an example.
Of the Central Park, the exonerated 5.
Well, first of all, 5 of them didn't go to prison. It was Central Park 5. Only 4 of them went to prison.
It was actually 6 of them, and 5 of them went to prison. And I'm not.
And let me tell you how they went to prison.
I'm not going to quibble with you.
You won't give context.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. One at a time.
You asked for an example. I'm not going to quibble with you and say, well, they're called the exonerated 5 and only 4 went to. I'm not going to do that. The exonerated 5. You wanted an example. I gave you an example.
That's not an equivalent example.
And there are other examples throughout history, starting with Emmett Till and going throughout the.
Are you comparing this to Emmett Till?
You asked me.
No. Are you saying that this is equivalent to Emmett Till?
You asked me for an example.
So you're saying that it's equivalent?
Where if reversed?
Okay. I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm telling you. I'm giving you examples. What I'm telling you is that if the situation were reversed, we would have seen a very different investigation from law enforcement from the actual outset.
Let me interject.
We as a people, when it comes as a former prosecutor, because here's the thing, you're a former police officer, and that's fine. But when it comes to after arrests are made and how prosecutions are going, that's my space. That's my lane. So I'm going to speak from my lane. And what I can tell you is We do not typically enjoy the benefit of the doubt when it comes to probable
That's
cause.
not true.
I'm telling you, as a former prosecutor, I'm not going to tell you what it's like to
I
be a
arrest people,
I'm not going to tell
and
you
I deal
what
with
it is.
prosecutors.
I'm not
I
going to
have
tell
to
you
do
what
it.
it is
I
to be
have
a
to
police
interview with the
officer.
prosecutors every time there's an arrest, and
Officer,
we have
I'm
to go
not
to
gonna
trial.
I'm not
Well,
going
he's
to
not
tell
saying
you
that you.
what it
He's
is to
not
be a
saying that you
police
don't know.
officer.
Hold on, hold on. He's not saying that you don't know, Officer Tatum. What he's saying is, from his perspective as a prosecutor, this is what he's bringing up. Now, I granted, I don't blame Officer Tatum. I don't blame Officer Tatum from bringing up when acting incredulous when he says you would say Emmett Till. That's 1955. Al Sharpton brought up Medgar Evers at the funeral. That's 1963. So if Officer Tatum's going to look at it and say that's what you're bringing up, I get where he's coming from in terms of the distance between then and now. But I also get where you're coming from, Charles Coleman Jr., when you highlight, listen, from an historical perspective, we're talking about, we've seen things like this before, and those are just names that we know. There's a plethora of names that we may not have known that have transpired throughout history that have suffered some of these maladies, and we get that part too. Go ahead, Officer Tatum, floor is yours.
But what I'm saying is that you cannot project that. It's unfair to project that. You can have it in your subconscious that there has been things that have been done wrong, but you got to treat these things fairly. You cannot go out and project that somehow the sheriff is a racist and he's not going to do right by these boys. That's not right. Let the investigation ensue, and then if you see impropriety in the investigation, then you can project that. But listen, they interviewed you just said they interviewed 60 people. They interviewed all these boys.
Listen, see, this is where I gotta check you, of course. Blacks do no research. We believe everything we hear like it's the God's spoken truth. Ridiculous. You can't just isolate that to black people. This is a fast-moving society now. It's all about the next story, the next story, the next story. We just had a lady from MS Now say that they were having her run unverified stories and totally non-existent stories. So for you to isolate that to the black community is, I don't know, it's kind of crazy.
It's the day of. Like, what did they do wrong? They did an autopsy.
Officer Tatum, respectfully, what about those who would say the same or would ask the same question about you? Are you being fair? Because just like you have people out there that are elevating their level of suspicion and jumping to some sort of conclusion attached to guilt as it pertains to the death of Nolan Wells, you're coming across as somebody who's assuming these individuals that were in attendance with him were innocent because of your conversations with them, as opposed to not getting the full context the way Charles Coleman Jr. just highlighted.
No, yeah, I accept people saying that, but let me tell you that I saw proof. I'm not just taking somebody's account for it. And I'm not saying that nobody didn't kill Nolan.
You said you wouldn't know research if it hit you on the touche. Well, I actually have a webinar this weekend. It's coming up next weekend on Saturday. If you would like to join it, you can join the Discord. Maj, drop the Discord link so he can come into the Prompts to Products, our webinar next weekend, since he says we don't research. Now I'm gonna tell you about this. You can research these or you can join the webinar. How about that?
I'm telling you, the people that they
Oh, you wasn't talking about me? My bad. Excuse me. Excuse me. I thought you was talking a little crazy to me.
They put out on the internet and said these white boys were the only ones with him, and they're getting death threats. While I was out there, somebody sent the suspicious package to one of the boys' houses. They showing up at these boys' houses saying that they killed them. Go look on the internet and look at any these videos. They got the boy pictures up there saying they had something to do with his death. They're claiming they deleting text messages. All of this stuff is incredibly ridiculous. When I went out and I said, show me the proof then. Not just what you say, show me the proof. And these kids are showing proof, their lawyers are showing proof that they had nothing to do with this. They have a Life 360 just like Nolan did. Their Life 360 showed that they were not on the island, or at least, you know, the young man that I interviewed, he wasn't even on the island. I saw his Life 360. I mean, these kids, they shouldn't have done these boys like this. They should let the investigation go and then make their accusations.
So you're highlighting specifically, you're not even saying, like you just said, you're not even saying that Nolan Wells, that some vile act, that he wasn't murdered. You're saying that these boys, those are the ones that are being unfairly scrutinized and villainized.
That just tied the loose end that we had, Chad. I'm sorry I'm yelling, but remember, we just watched the last interview with the friend that was saying, I'm supposed to be black like y'all, remember? And I told y'all at the beginning of the interview, he said, did your friend group kill Nolan Wells? And he said no. And he said, do you know anything about Nolan Wells, do you know anybody killed Nolan Wells in your friend group? And I said, damn, why did he frame the question like that? Why is he saying in your friend group? And now we get the answer right here. He's saying that, oh, I'm not saying Nolan Wells wasn't unalived. I'm saying he wasn't unalived by this group of people. It makes sense now.
By this whole ordeal. That's what you're saying, Officer Tatum. Is that accurate?
Yes, Stephen A. There were black kids there who now getting threats online too for coming out and saying something. But nobody's saying, what did these black kids have anything to do with it? The young girl he was kicking it with, they don't have her name out there. Well, her name is Katie, but I'm not gonna say her full name. I don't want her to get doxxed. They not nobody talking about her. She said she was the last one.
And he said, he said, do you have any knowledge of anyone unaliving Nolan Wells? And then he cleaned it up at the end and said, in your friend group. Because he didn't even want him to leave it out there. Do you have any knowledge of it? Because this is still an ongoing investigation and that could be used against him one day. So he made sure to clean it up and say, in your friend group. Because they could have heard a little something through something from the grapevine potentially, and he could be held liable for that statement. It's crazy.
I mean, she at least mentioned that she was with him. The boys showed me text messages from her that she's saying that she was with him. Like, why ain't nobody coming at her?
I've seen, and see, this is where it gets dangerous, right? The importance in this moment is to focus on the integrity of the overall process. And when I say the overall process, I'm referring to the investigation because I knew that the girl's name was Katie. I don't know her last name, and I knew it because there were people who I was seeing in the comment sections that I had on videos that I had done updating people about the case who were asking the same questions that you have. People,
but Benjamin Crump isn't.
Please. So here's the thing, which is why when you're trying to, and at the end of the day, listen, you don't know what Benjamin Crump is doing as far as investigating a case. The same way that you talked about, with an investigation, there are certain things that you don't reveal. You don't know what that team of lawyers are doing with respect to trying to ascertain the facts.
I reached out to them.
When it comes to, did they answer you or did they not answer you?
Well, they answered us on the last one and refused to respond to us. I mean, they refused to engage with us.
They don't owe you that.
Well, which is fine. Well, don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
So again,
don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
Don't do the thing to them that you are accusing other people of doing.
He said he's trying to get to the bottom of it.
Don't make assumptions that
I'm not
for
assuming.
them. No, you are. You're like, well, they're not doing this, and they're trying to make this.
They're not reaching out to the boys.
They have not spoken to you.
They haven't spoken to the boys.
Charles, in fairness, at least answer this question. If indeed it's to be found out that there's been no attempt by whether it's Sharpton or Benjamin Crump or anybody else to reach out to the actual boys who were supposed to be in attendance with Nolan Wells, as Officer Tatum just highlighted, do you feel that that's the right path that they should be taking if they're raising suspicions, calling for a more thorough and open investigation, etc., and they haven't made personal attempts to reach out to these young men?
You said if the colors were reversed, we'd be talking about Iran. No, we'll still be talking about this shit because we'll be having to check motherfuckers like Steven Crowder and Matt Walsh and them about it. Benny Johnson, we be having to, check their ass, pump their brakes right quick about this shit. And we'll still be talking about it.
Men themselves, do you think that would be the right thing to do?
I can't think.
To ask Officer Tatum's question.
Sure, I can't imagine that legal team would look to bring a lawsuit without having attempted to at least try to get some investigative answers from these boys. Now, when in this process they do it is a different question, because at the end of the day, the more information you have, the more informed questions you can ask. And the chances are you're not going to get multiple bites at that apple. So from a strategic place, what I can tell you is that, yes, I would fully expect that
You said y'all ain't checking nobody about nothing. I come on this bitch and check people every fucking night. Where have you been? What are you talking about? Chat, where has he been, man? Tell this dude that I've been coming on here for like 2 years in a row, checking shit every fucking night, man. Where have you been?
some point, they would endeavor to reach out to these boys, but it may not be this point because they may be waiting for additional information so that they can actually ask better questions. They're not going to get multiple chances to do it. So when you do it, you want to make sure that you're doing it the best way you can. And the only way to do that is to have the information that you need in order
Officer
to ask
Tatum.
the best questions.
Charles, they drug these boys through the mother freaking mud. They put their faces online. Benjamin Crump shared this video or this picture of them in a swimming pool. That happened. That event was a week before July.
You said just because you run your mouth don't mean you checking shit. Oh, I'm checking shit, and then you want to get checked, Ken. You want to get checked, Ken? Cause we can get your shit on out the way, man. My chat lives for this shit. I check shit all night. Did you want to get checked right quick, Ken? Put in a fucking box like FedEx.
July 4th. He didn't do no due diligence to check with anybody before he started putting this stuff out there. Then what he do is he go, I had people saying that the argument was Nolan Wells asking for his phone back. He didn't talk to Tristan, who I interviewed. Tristan said on NBC, that was me, or ABC, that was me. That was not Nolan. But Benjamin Crump still, to this day, haven't came out and said, we found out that it was another young man. He pushed this stuff on these boys, and they getting death threats. That stuff is not right. Benjamin should be more responsible. But the reason
I'm not here to talk about Nolan Wells' lawyer. I'm here to talk about why Nolan Wells is dead.
But let's get to that. Let's get to the phones.
Go ahead.
The phones getting deleted. Because Al Sharpton came out there and said the mama had to go in.
That's the thing. Y'all keep saying if the roles was reversed, will Al Sharpton come out? Yes. If it was a big deal, man. If they made it a fucking big deal, the same way that y'all saying the blacks are making it a big deal, yes. If the white folks made it a big deal, it was an island full of niggas, white boy came up there and it became a big deal, hell yeah, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump will pop out, man. Hell yeah. You didn't just see Ben Crump come around for the damn Carmelo Anthony shit. Hell yeah.
Searched the phone down with GPS and Life 360. No, she didn't. The boys showed text messages, or the parents showed text messages of them communicating with his mom.
What's up, Bada Bang?
And then they go and say they deleted. The boys say, the boys told me it could be not true or not. I don't know. They got to figure it out. They go, we didn't touch his phone. His phone went from the boat to the car with everybody else's phone, and when they came to get the phone, we got the phone out of the car and gave it to another young man's mom who came to get the other young man's phone. They said, we don't know Nolan's password. How will we get in his phone and delete anything? Now, why is them not coming on TV and saying there was no password?
Now, what we not gonna do is come in here and call this man Tyrone. The man's name is Nolan Wells. We not gonna call him Tyrone. Get the fuck out.
Password, or they had to get through his phone.
Let me ask you this question. Based on your investigation, I'm asking you this. I'm thinking that any
motherfucker get mad, we get to calling folks Bradley around this bitch. Chill out.
Parent that loses their child wants to get to the bottom of it. They don't care if the villain is white, black, or whatever. Their child is dead. They want the culprit. So when you see Al Sharpton eulogizing and announcing that there's a $100,000 reward, when you see that Tyler Perry agreed to pay for the funeral and put up half of the reward, when you see guys like Spike Lee and Terrell Owens in attendance, and Terrell Owens, I think, dedicated $25,000, if I remember correctly.
Shout out
to the
T.O.
reports that I've read, and you see Benjamin Crump in attendance, and you're talking about civil rights lawyers being in attendance, like you just pointed out. My question to you, Officer Tatum, and Charles, you can follow up based on the answer that he provides. My question to you is, why do you think the parents decided to go that route, Officer Tatum, based
Hit the
on
like
your
button,
investigation
chat.
in terms
Subscribe
of
to the
allowing all
channel.
of those folks to be so intimately involved in this situation? What are your thoughts about that? What comes to your mind, particularly based on your investigation, talking to the actual parties supposedly involved?
There's two thoughts that come to my mind. One is that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump are manipulating this family's trauma in order for them to make a crap ton of money. That's one. The second one is the parents trying to cash in on this because, and it's the reason why I say this.
Here we go.
why did Nolan Wells' mama say, I don't know these kids? These boys showed me pictures and video and text of them staying over his house, or at least the young boy Tristan, staying over his house multiple times. She went to school with one of the other boys' mama, graduated high school with her. They showed me the yearbook. Why is she saying this? Why? Al Sharpton don't know this boy. Why is he eulogizing him at his funeral? Ain't never met Nolan a day in his life. You know, why are they saying we're going to give $100,000 to somebody who give us information to lead to an arrest? What if Nolan drowned? They don't care about him drowning. You know, and then also, why we don't do this for any other young men who have lost their lives at the hands of other people other than white people? Why are we coming together?
Charles, I'm going to give you the floor, Charles. Charles, I'm going to give you the floor in a second. But Officer Tatum, it's one thing I want to make sure that I give you an opportunity to clarify, because it's one thing to feel what you feel about Benjamin Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, etc. It's another thing entirely to lump the parents who just lost their child
but
into
I
that
know
equation,
it's
talking about they're trying to profit.
I know
off
it's
this. You
sensitive,
sure you
Stephen
want
A?
to say that? Is what I'm saying. You sure you want to say that?
Let me be clear about this. You asked me what my thoughts were. I didn't say that
Yes,
that was
I did.
facts. I just said these are my thoughts based on a few factors, right?
Okay.
There ain't no reason for Al Sharpton to be doing that boy's eulogy when Al never knew him.
That's not even your call or your business
But
to make.
what I'm saying is that if I die, my daddy, if I die,
that's you. Respect the choices that family made.
Let him speak.
If I get killed,
that family had a choice.
Why?
And who it is that? Why is that? They don't have to answer to you. That's not.
They
even
don't.
business.
But I have an opinion.
That's that family.
Okay.
I don't even understand why who that family chose to eulogize their fallen son.
What is
any of your business to have any commentary about?
Well, you can't tell me that because it don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me.
Anyone they wanted to.
It don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me for a man that don't even preach sermons to do a eulogy.
I got Stephen A. Smith sweating in that motherfucker chat. He ain't even the one debating and he's sweating, man. Why he the only one on the screen sweating? Everyone hit the like button, chat. We're about 40 likes away from the next like goal. Also, subscribe to the channel. If you're new in, we go live every single night at 10 p.m. Central Time. Subscribe to the channel.
For a boy that he didn't know.
Okay, we're going off the rails, guys. Time. We're going off the rails. We're going off the rails because Charles, I know you got to get ready to go. We're running out of time, so I'm just going to give this last question to both of y'all. Officer Tatum, I'm going to give you the word, and then Charles Coleman, I'm going to give you the last word. What are your expectations of what is going to come of this when all is said and done, based on the evidence that we know? Charles, Officer Tatum, I'll go with you first. Charles, I'll give you the last word.
And I'll try to make this succinct. I think we're going to find that the law enforcement agency did a fair investigation, that they did things right all the way through the process, and that none of this will lead to any of what Al Sharpton them said it was and alluded that it was, and they will get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan, and it will be clean, it will be professional, and it will be the same result without the interference with activists and people out here hoodwinking. I think that they're going to find out what happened to Nolan, and it's not going to be Al Sharpton. It's not going to be Benjamin Crump. It's going to be the law enforcement agencies that go out and do this stuff every single day, that does an investigation, that's going to be forensically looked through the cell phone, that's going to interview 60 people and find out what happened to Nolan. And they're going to be able to say, was it somebody that did something nefarious to Nolan? They're going to be prosecuted. If Nolan drowned, they're going to let the family know he drowned. That's going to be the totality of this investigation, which didn't have nothing to do with this race stuff and had nothing to do with these activists coming out and making money on the death of another black boy.
Charles, I'll give you the last word because I know you got to go.
Sure. Thank you, Stephen A. I don't necessarily know what will come of the case. I am and continue to be invested in the integrity of the process, number one, so that it sets a precedent of getting to the facts and having objective information disseminated to the public in a way that's honest, truthful, and transparent. What I will say is that it's disappointing to sit and listen to Brandon talk about the same type of aspersions being cast on Benjamin Crump, on Al Sharpton, in the same way that they are advocating for answers for Nolan Wells, that he has railed against the same type of characterizations going in reverse. a split mirror image of the type of vitriol that you are decrying against the survivors in this instance being spewed at Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton. And I don't necessarily think that that gets us anywhere, and it's not productive when you're talking about getting to the bottom of this and understanding what actually happened to Nolan Wells. So for me, I hope that the dialogue can be more tempered, where we're not trying to characterize people in either direction, but we're trying to insist on getting to the bottom of things and looking for the facts.
Spirited discussion, that's what it's all about. Two opposite points of view, but I appreciate both of y'all time. I know y'all got a lot more to say, but I know, Charles, at least in your case, you got to get on out of here. Officer Tatum, I could tell you chomping at the bit. I got a lot more to say. You know you're always welcome back on the show. I really appreciate both of y'all taking time out of your busy schedule. I hope this was productive. I think it was a productive conversation, regardless of the disagreements and where we are right now. Still searching for the facts to really, really get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan Wells. But I thank y'all both so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen A. Thanks, Charles.
All right,
take
y'all.
care, Brandon.
Wow. That was a riveting conversation, to say the least. Officer Tatum went to Mississippi, said he's spoken to several of the people in attendance, and is appalled by folks jumping to a conclusion that this was a race issue, and clearly questioned why was Al Sharpton there giving the eulogy. Why is Benjamin Crump, a civil rights attorney, involved if indeed this was a criminal case? Charles Coleman Jr., the legal mind on this panel, clearly stated that Officer Tatum doesn't know specifically why they're involved, doesn't know specifically who they've spoken to, who they've attempted to reach out to, or whether or not their investigation is indeed finished, and had a problem with the narrative that he felt Officer Tatum was trying to create. No matter what way you slice it, here's the bottom line. An 18-year-old kid is dead, and inexplicably so. And somehow, some way, we need to get to the bottom of it. I find it very, very hard to believe.
All right, chat. We're gonna open up the phone lines and we're gonna take some call-ins. I want to hear y'all's thoughts and opinions about this debate and about the couple interviews that we've seen. I'm going to open up the phone lines, man. Let's see if we can get a few good callers in here right quick, man. Let's see if we can get it. The phone number is now pinned. Let's see if we can get a few quick callers. We're not going to hang on the phone just all night. Wow. Is this it? Yeah. All right, we got the phone lines open, man. If anybody wants to call in, give their thoughts and opinions on this Nolan Wells situation. We watched the full, or the Ryan Clark situation with ESPN. We watched the full interview of Officer Tatum interviewing another one of Nolan Wells' friends, and we also watched the debate on Stephen A. Smith. We know now that there's been 60 people interviewed, over 60 people interviewed. Also, that makes a lot of sense.
Call from Gina.
What's going on, Gina? Where you calling from?
North Dakota.
What's going on, Gina, from North Dakota? How you feeling about today's topics, the Nolan Wells or the Ryan Clark situation?
I'm a little exhausted with the comments about all of this racial, and we're trying to make it about race and this and this and that. Like, if it wasn't reversed, people would be going crazy, just like hiding videos. Ain't no, oh, you can't see anything when you, but yet and still, when it's us, we just supposed to let it just go, just let it go. And then it's always bringing up this black crime and black this and that, like other people, white on white crime, Mexican on Mexican. Everybody kill everybody. They ain't got nothing to do with it. But if a black person, some black people go and kill one of these Mexicans, one of these whites, or one of these others, they are going to be wanting to know which one of y'all did it, period. Period. And that's just on period. And we have the right to feel the same way and want the same justice and respect. With that being said, Officer Tatum, I feel like he really just wanted to go on a boat with some homeboys. That's what I feel like. He wanted a vacation. That's what I feel like. He didn't. It was no answers.
I'm gonna say this about Officer Tatum. I do think that he's trying to frame the narrative first, let me say this. I don't agree with Officer Tatum on pretty much anything. But I do appreciate that he's a successful black man. I never take that from him. He is a successful black
That's
man.
right.
I will give him, you know, that credit where credit is due. But
They
when
don't
it
do
comes
much
to
for the
this,
black.
I think that he got an exclusive story. He's the only one on YouTube that got this opportunity, and he took it. He maximized it. He went out there. He got the content. He paid the crew. And now he has the opportunity to frame the narrative. He's the only one getting these interviews outside of people like TMZ got one interview, I believe. He said the Rolling Stone and ABC got another interview. So he's the one that kind of has control of the narrative right now. And that's a very profitable place.
It's
Especially
just
from the other
baffles me
side.
though.
I was saying, especially from the other side, just as well as he's saying that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton have, you know, come around and they're trying to profit and shit like that. Well, he's in the same boat, just on the other
The
side.
same boat. Yes, exactly. On the other side, which is why
He got the opportunity and took it.
my praises for his success is kind of less than yours because he's on the other side. But I don't see how everyone is that going with his narrative when his interview literally didn't do anything. It was no proof. He has no proof. He has not. Oh, look at the water. Look at the sand. Look at the sun. Yeah, this is where it was at. Yeah, there ain't nobody here now, but look at this. This is beautiful. Yeah, y'all got beers on the boat? That's what I got from that. This guy talking about how deep the water is. Yeah, the water, we come to the water, and there be people here, but you know the water is. What was that? What does that have to do with anything? It had nothing to do with Nolan at all. So his narrative was just him opening his mouth later saying, I done spent time with these boys, and I got proof right now that they ain't did nothing, and y'all didn't blame him, and they weren't the only one around. Well, who did it then? Who did it? What really happened? Show us some evidence. Where's the videos? Show us some of their pictures off of their phones. Everybody, ain't no kids that age getting drunk, partying, not making videos, not doing nothing with their phones. So since his phone was erased, what's in their phones? Where's the proof? We ain't seeing nothing.
So this is what I say with that. I appreciate you for calling. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna take this super chat hookah right after this. I did think that they should have subpoenaed the phones, but Officer Tatum alluded to a lot of the people came forth and gave up their phones in investigation. So if we take his word for that, they did it. But I was worried about the fight. And when they said there was Nolan asking for his phone, I was like, oh yeah, like that one lawyer said, they could subpoena whoever, you know, took the phone. They could bring him in. But now we got the interview today where the other kid was saying, no, that was me arguing. But Officer Tatum didn't ask him about the phone, the video, about like, hey, what's up with my phone? He didn't ask him about that. The kid kind of gave a different account of, you know, I just got into it with my girlfriend over a koozie that dropped in the water. And, you know, another guy came up and was like, watch how you're talking to her. And I was just trying to get a beer. And then, you know, he said he took a swing on me. But they didn't talk about the part of whose phone was taken.
Right. You give me my phone. Give me my phone. Like, what that ain't even done nothing. See, and then you know these people throw their money around and do all of this, so anybody gonna say anything. They so scared. The lady a judge. Like, I don't even care who comes out with nothing. I want to see proof. Like if I would have found one of these people, y'all gonna go get cameras from over here, cameras from the desert, cameras from off a tree, my GPS, my location, my kids, my mama, my great-great-grandmama. Y'all gonna go find everything that you need to see. But when it comes to us, it's just words and this person saying this and that person. It ain't never no evidence and phones erased. It's accident. Just shut up. And yeah, they getting hung over here too in 2026. But hey, you know, shot in the head 7 times. It was suicide. Yeah, like how much stuff you gonna let go? You gonna get picked up one by one?
All right, man. I appreciate you.
I'm not gonna say nothing else. Thank you.
I appreciate
Have
you,
a great
man.
day.
All right, now. We're gonna open the phone lines back up. I sure do appreciate that caller. Let's take this super chat. The hookah says, I believe these boys are being used as scapegoats. I bet the last person / boat of people to see Nolan alive is someone of influence or power. Thank you for that super chat, the hookah. Do y'all believe the last person to see Nolan alive may be someone of influence or power? Let me know down in the chat, man. Let me know down in the chat, man. We got the phone lines back open. I know someone that just called. I didn't get to that call, but you can call back in now. The phone lines are open. The topics tonight are the Nolan Wells situation, the audio, the interview with Officer Tatum, and we're talking about Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark saying he got let go from ESPN over the Angel Reese and Kyron Lacey situation. Thank you, Lady Season. Anybody want to call in, man? We waiting on a call in. What's up, Elizabeth? My thoughts and opinions on the interview with the kid. Like I said at the beginning of the interview, the way he tried to say, did anybody that you know of anybody who unalived Nolan that's in your friend group, or do you know of any information of Nolan or something like that? I don't know exactly what he said, but he was like, in your friend group. That stood out to me. I was like, wow, now we know why. Another thing when he said, I'm supposed to be black, but they're treating me like I'm not black. Pictures of my grandma saying that she's the devil. And he said that his white side of his family is the only side to embrace him. I was like, okay, I can understand that. But what stood out to me the most was the way he was like, we're a tight-knit community down here, and Ben Crump and Al Sharpton don't know he was finna say who they fucking with, but he was like, they don't know what they're getting themselves into. They don't know who they're messing with. And I was like, well, damn, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Nobody wants to call in? People are putting life insurance on people and unaliving them? Yeah, that's not weird.
Call from Karen.
What's going on, Karen? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I got to take you off a speaker though. Hang on a second, honey. Okay. Doing pretty good.
All right. What's your thoughts and opinions on this, Karen?
I have a lot actually. Hang on one second. Turn on my TV. Okay, I gotcha. My first thought was the parents knew exactly what they were going to do or what they were getting into when they got their legal counsel by hiring Crump. Okay? They know exactly what he stands for. Okay? If I hired him, I would know exactly what I was hiring him for because it would go public. Correct?
Ben Crump will get a lot of visibility. Yeah, you're right. Ben Crump does garner a lot of visibility.
Okay, and it would go public immediately because that's what he does, right?
Correct.
And 90% of his publicity is involving race immediately. Okay, and that bothers me because just because of Nolan and his social status is primarily white, correct?
You said who?
And Nolan's his social status.
Nolan?
Is Nolan, yeah. His social
his friends. Like his friend group?
His friends.
Right.
It's primarily white. So dealing with the race card in this situation is it's going to stir up a lot of negativity. And up until this point, I am so exhausted coming
Okay,
off this
so this is what I'm gonna
Texas
say.
situation.
I spoke about
Yeah,
it earlier. Dennis Sperling, he's got a YouTube channel. He does a lot of content. He's there every day. Y'all should check him out. Dennis
yeah,
Sperling podcast, but he's a attorney, right?
yeah.
Um, hosted by attorney Dennis Sperling, So his take is this, and I thought it was an interesting take. He was saying that Nolan Wells is a personal injury case. It's not about unaliving. It's about maritime. There's no money if it was intentionally unalive, but there's millions for a negligent boat owner or captain leading to death. Insurance company don't pay for intentional acts, but they do pay for breach of duty of care. He wasn't unalive, he drowned. His family will get millions on the claim. That's why Ben Crumpton is involved. That's Dennis's take on it. He also said the day after that, he said, as I said, this is not an unaliving case. This is a negligence, wrongful death accident case that happened in navigable waters involving alcohol being served to underage people and abandonment. I've handled half a dozen of them in the past 3 years. Like myself, Ben Crump is a personal injury attorney. There is no money in unaliving. So that's his take on it.
hmm That gentleman, I would agree with that. I would agree with an accidental death due to negligence, due to um, um,
I
alcohol,
don't think it's wrong
because
for black people to want money, Dwayne. I don't think it's wrong shit if some shit happen and shit, did they liable, they ass liable here. I mean, it's a sad
be
situation.
being black, purple, yellow, green, I don't, no way. I agree with you, Plug. I would go for it too. I would definitely. They are due compensation regardless of their color, regardless, because their child was the victim of some sort of negligence. Period, regardless of their color. But I think, did you
Hey, listen, hold on.
get a chance?
Let me address Todd drunk ass right quick, Karen.
Okay, go ahead.
Todd said, Plug, you're flicking up marketing wise. I'm out. Listen, Todd, I'm damn
What?
near a marketing guru, Todd. I've been doing this marketing shit for a living for about 5 or 6 years, Todd. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Todd? I get you a campaign together. You might have some motion by next month, Todd. The town drunk, man. We'll just name you the town drunk and you will be, have some motion by the month. Go ahead though, Karen. I'm sorry. I had to address Todd. Good night, Todd.
I just saw Tory Williams says nothing about this, says accident. What about this doesn't say accident? What about this says what about this says purposely unaliving? Does it say he was shot?
It says
Does it
cover up. I'm
say
not gonna say it says unaliving, but it says cover up, and cover up it kind of infers that it could have been unaliving or more likely unaliving. Now the negligent is there, but that's what I would say. I would say for sure, it's looking like a cover up. Some shit's going on, alleged missing text messages, phones not being where they're supposed to be, having to look up Life 360, people hearing shit in the
there
background of
weren't
the
any
911
other
call. I'm just saying though.
there weren't any other abrasions on his skull. There weren't any abrasions on his body at all. There weren't any other
Right, but his
locations
throat,
on his body that
his throat wasn't there, so
the
they couldn't
larynx
see
was
if he was
missing.
strangulated. They couldn't see if he was strangulated either because the throat wasn't there. They haven't got the
Right, but
organs either.
the organs were in the bag. They took him out of the bag and they put him back in his they say in the carcass. I hate to say that. They put him back in the body. They were back in his body. The only part of the body that was not accompanying him was the larynx area. And I guess, I watched the Nancy whatever interview, the second one. According to a coroner, they said that when there is further investigation by the original autopsy, it is common practice that it is kept with the original coroner to do continue the autopsy on the throat, the larynx, for further investigation. It is not uncommon to not send it with the body.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying we haven't got those results yet. So the independent
Right.
autopsy couldn't see if it was strangulation. They couldn't
Right.
rule strangulation out. And the actual
Right.
autopsy done by the state is not going to be here probably for at least another couple of weeks and possibly a month.
Right. And so right now it's all speculation. And this poor kid, and I do feel for the family. As a mom, I would be going crazy right now. I would absolutely be going crazy. And I would be turning over every stone possible. But the second gentleman that you were just talking about, I am in support of his opinion 100%. But
Yeah,
I don't think his
I
friend.
don't know
I don't
if
think
it's
his
gonna
friends.
be I'm just gonna say this. I have little faith in the investigation. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I just being from the deep south, bro, being from the
Yeah.
south, knowing how this shit goes. I understand y'all say the coroner works independent, man. And then just hearing that interview of Officer Tatum and that boy saying he doesn't know how tight we are down here. We're all gonna take up for each other, and then said he doesn't know who he's fucking with. He doesn't know who he's messing with. When I hear shit
Mhm.
like that, I don't trust the
Yeah.
investigation. I just
Yeah,
don't.
you're red flags go up. But and then I've been up in our lakes up here. We have sandbars.
And that's old
Okay,
money.
we don't go.
Ocean Springs is old money.
Yeah, that's old boys club up down there.
That's old money.
But
I'm
being up,
saying there's some paper down
Mhm.
there. It's not Ocean Springs is not, you know what I mean? It's some money over there, man. There's some old money
It's the
over
old
there.
boys club. Yep, yep. And I've been part of these tie-ups, they call them, and we go on lakes. We don't go, out to islands. We have sandbars, and we go on tie-ups, they call them. And we don't have thousands of boats. We have, there's a good couple of 100 boats, and we tie up boats and we go in rows. And sometimes there are 3 rows. And at at the certain point of the day, nobody's going in the water because everybody's peeing in it. Okay, because everybody's drunk. But in the beginning, everybody puts them in wet bags. Your keys and your phones, everything goes in a wet bag, and they go in one boat in a compartment. You can call it like a glove box in your car, okay? But it goes in one specific boat that your group is in, okay? And you put them in a glove box, and that's where they stay. If that boat leaves and you're not on that boat, it's so sorry, you're going to get them later. But nobody is not, there's like one person that takes pictures. Not you yourself. If you're not the picture taker, you don't bring your phone out. And that one person takes them and then sends them to everybody. Okay, and then if that boat leaves and you don't have your phone and your keys, you get them later. So that is very common. So I agree with the one kid and what that one kid was saying. But
right.
The one thing
Even
that I
if
don't one thing I don't agree with is that he went to bed without giving Nolan his keys and his phone. Because you go through that bag and you make sure that everybody has their keys and their phone before you go to bed. You would be looking for them before you go to bed. And that's my question, is why wasn't he looking for him and giving him his keys in his bag? So maybe it was his group. oh, I'll just give it to him. You know how girls are a different thing, guys. Oh, maybe he hooked up with this girl. I don't want to bother him. I'll give him to her in the morning, kind of a thing. And if he was trying to get hold of his mom at 11, how did he get hold of him if he didn't have his phone number? If he didn't have his mom's phone number? Maybe he called him from Nolan's phone, called her from Nolan's phone. He didn't really say. So I was kind of wondering about that. Well, how'd you get hold of her? Did he use Nolan's phone? That's what I was kind of wondering. How did he unlock it? Did he know Nolan's password? So I was kind of wondering about that. How do you get a hold of her? Supposedly they didn't have her number. Well, then how'd you get a hold of her? So I was kind of wondering about that. But anyway, there's a lot of questions,
All right,
and what I don't like is when go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let you finish, and then I was
I
gonna
was
give my thoughts and
I was
opinion.
just wondering. Yeah, I was just curious. And one thing too is when you don't have the specifics, then you wait to bring it up, because a lot of people are going to be jumping to conclusions that are just not right and are just not true. And until you do, and until you have an intelligent question and intelligent conversations like we're having, don't have them, because people are going to have these supposedly they're having armchair intelligent conversations when they're just ignorance, like some of these people that you had to put in timeout. They're just ignorant comments that just aren't needed, And when race comes into play, sometimes they're just stupid comments that are exhausting, and we need to correct that. And we need to have conversations like we're having now that are intelligent, and then we can make intelligent, what am I trying, what I'm trying to say? We need to get together and make intelligent decisions on certain things, and not speculate, and come together as people, intelligent people need to, and make the world a better place, and not just make accusations, and just wait for results, and hopefully we can move on from this and learn, and hopefully things like that and like this don't happen again, and we can move on, because it's just getting exhausting. If you ask me, the stabbing in Texas and now this shit, it's just getting exhausting, and we need to make decisions for our kids, for our future. You got young ones. I have youngish, 20-year-olds, and you have babies. We need to make decisions for our youngers, so it can be a better place for them. And hopefully this race crap, will subside. You know what I mean? So that's what I got to say. But there's just a couple questions about these kids, how did certain things happen, with the phone and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me. So
All right.
I just wanted
I
to improve.
appreciate it,
That's all.
Karen. I appreciate you calling
Sure, no
in, Karen.
problem.
Thank you for supporting us.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, sweetie. You know that.
All right, now you
So,
have a good rest of your
I'll
night.
keep watching. Yeah, you too, sweetie. We'll talk to you soon, and I'll keep watching.
Okay. All right, Chad. I'm gonna say this, man. It keeps pulling me back to the point of where the kid was like, "You don't know who you messing with, you don't know you effing with. We stick together." Um, I'm sitting here like, then I put that with what Dennis Sprawling said, saying it's a personal injury case, negligence or abandonment, whatever he said. And there's millions on the table. Depending on how much, I looked it up. So boat insurance will cover, a accident or some shit like that. But if there's drinking and under the influence, it's it's not gonna cover it. So
Call from
Tree.
So what's the price? Like what? Not even what's the price, but what's the incentive here? The incentive is even if Nolan, you got to cut that phone, the TV down in the back. I'm gonna get right to you, caller. Even if you don't, even if you rule out the fact that of unaliving, and it was just, I'm kind of echoing a little bit, and it was just a personal injury case. Now that they've established that it was drinking on there, it could be it would be like an out of pocket cost. And if they sue it for millions, insurance not gonna cover it. That's out of pocket cost. So the drowning is probably the only way that nothing happens. Because if they find out foul play, of course somebody has going to jail. If it was just a negligent homicide, personal injury, now they personally liable for millions. Crazy. But go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Calling from Miami, Florida.
What's going on, Miami?
I'm calling about this Nolan Wells and this Ryan Clark. I'm gonna speak Nolan Wells first. I'm not understanding how we're not looking at this. This young man lost his life on a boat with these three white boys. Period, point blank. And this is all a cover up now. You gonna go back home without Nolan Wells. Pick one of the parents who you gonna tell first. One of them is a judge, the stepmother, the lady who put out a report, and that's against the law for what she did. She's a judge. She's not even supposed to be writing messages, text messages, going on social media, speaking on this when it's an open investigation. First of all, that's part of the cover-up. Secondly, this man's father went to this young man's house looking for his son's car keys, where he parked his car where they were hanging out at before they left to get on the boat. He asked for his son's keys. The young man tells him he don't have them. He says, give me a minute. His father asks him again, can you please go look? He leaves, quote unquote, comes back by his father saying 3 minutes later, saying, oh, I don't have the keys. I don't hear nobody talking about the young man who was on the phone on the sidewalk who had a girl that overheard it and told the boy on the phone to tell the dad, no, Nolan Wells' keys is on that boy's Xbox. Now, you telling me any teenage boy, a young adult who has any type of console, PlayStation, Xbox, Super Nintendo, don't matter. You're going to see that in a room. It's on display. So you told Nolan Wells' father a lie from the beginning. For what? 5 minutes later, you come back with the keys.
Yeah, they said they heard
Secondly,
somebody else on the phone with the keys. A girl
that's what I'm
told
saying.
somebody
Ain't
on the
nobody,
phone.
right. So you lied to the father. Why would you do that? And then you had to have the mom and the sister look for their son's phone. This is their son. They know their son. This is who they raised. So you're telling me that he just deleted the social media that he was using the night before? He was talking about this before it even happened. Think about this. Ain't nobody talking about this. You lying to him. You lying to the mother and the sister. They get the phone back. Social media's gone. Okay. Why is my son's social media gone? Oh, I don't know. Why did you even have my son's phone? Okay.
All right,
Initially,
this is what I'm gonna say. Before you go too far, I'm gonna say this. I got a theory as to why she came out with the press release, why they quote unquote hired the attorneys and everything, because it's an election year this year. Now, I don't know if she's what judge she's running for, but it's judicial elections in Mississippi this year. There's not municipal elections. They did, I believe, that last year. You got the Senate elections, you got the I believe the Congress elections, and you have
yes,
judicial
you're right.
elections. So they're
Yes.
saying the elections are not for city specific which are municipal judges, but they are for circuit, chancery, and county court judges, and they are for justice court judges. All of those elections are this year, and the qualifying for all of them
Absolutely.
ended in February. So that if she's in one of those races in November, this is exactly what she does not need. So that would make sense why they hurry up and got a lawyer and they kind of put out their press release.
You see what I'm saying? For what reason? You was never supposed to speak on that. You're a sitting judge in this county. You know the prosecuting attorney. You know the lady that does the autopsy report. You know the governor. The governor gonna come out and say that right after what the sheriff said? Oh, we don't see no foul play. How could you say that? It ain't even been no investigation done yet. But you stressed that in your interview and you still sticking with that. You standing on that. That's what these people are not seeing. This runs deeper than Nolan Wells and what they did to them 3 boys. This is deeper. You said it first. This is old money. This is old money. They're not finna let Nolan Wells murder, destroy everything they done built for decades.
Correct. And then you got to think if they're conceding that they were drinking and the 911 call says that no adults were on the boat, no one at 21 was on the boat, they were hammered drunk. Insurance can't cover this shit if something happened while he was on the boat. They're saying he wasn't on the boat. A lot of people are going to that 911 call and saying you could hear them say certain things, but that's unconfirmed. So I'm just gonna leave it as unconfirmed. Now, they would be personally liable. Now, like I said, this is old money. What is old money gonna do? Allegedly, possibly weigh options. Like shit, do I need to pat a couple pockets to get this shit the right way? Or do I pay out these people, Ben Crump and them, all of this money for personal injury? That's if he wasn't unalive. Now, if he was unalive, it's a different fight. Now you're fighting for a family member or whatever's freedom and accessory if it was, some other shit going on. So there's 2 different fights going on. And that's why I say I kind of don't trust the investigation just being from the South and knowing how the South goes. The only way they're not held liable is if he drowned. If he drowned is the only way that no money or nobody goes to jail.
Nolan Wells did not drown. I believe what happened, this is just me. I can't speak for nobody else across the country and nobody else across the globe that's
Hey,
watching
do you got us playing on the TV or something?
Yeah, I'm live with you right now.
Yeah, but we hear the
I put it on pause.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Appreciate it.
I'm telling you, this is bigger than anything. This will destroy this county when this comes out, the truth. You can't keep hiding this. What is the delay with the autopsy? Come on, man. We sent it out first. Crump said, okay, since y'all want to keep doing this, I'm going to get ours out there first. They put it out there. He done gave his statement, everything he could do, everything he could sing. The throat is missing. Why wasn't that sent there? Why didn't you send a note, a message, an email, a call? That's protocol. You skipped right over there like it's okay.
I did see what Karen, the last caller, was talking about with the guy that was on Nancy Grace. He said that that's normal for them to keep the throat, and that could mean 1 or 2 things: that something was found, or nothing was found.
Okay, if nothing was found, but then that's still protocol. Again, you were supposed to give the respect to make that call. It's in that thing. Come on, man. You didn't do it. Okay, we dealing with it. But what's the hold up? Right. It's over 2 weeks. The funeral. He's been laid to rest. We still waiting on y'all.
I wonder why they couldn't do the autopsy there. They wanted to fly the body to Washington, D.C. to do this special autopsy. Why couldn't the autopsy specialist fly in?
Because I don't think they was going to allow them to do it there. You think about it. Why would you let them come in her establishment and run this autopsy with her? And they ain't even put theirs out.
That would have been a telltale sign. I mean, yeah, I get what you said. Logically, yes, but I think that they should have at least pushed on it. Instead of just going for the big publicity, the big lights, like, oh yeah, Colin Kaepernick's paying for it. Thank you, Colin Kaepernick, as well. But we're gonna fly the body to Washington, D.C. and do all of that. We should have been like, Colin Kaepernick's paying for it, and we finna go knock on them doors down there. And if they would have pushed back and said no, the world would have seen it.
Okay, I agree with you on that. But what's the pushback now? We gave you our autopsy. What you waiting for? What's the holdup? What's the delay?
Well, the state,
Come on, man.
I'm gonna tell you, the states do be backed up. Well, because I'm from the South as
You,
well.
you ain't backed
And-
up on this. This is the number one case. It's
Right,
too
but
many of y'all involved. You just said it. It's too many of them involved, man. The governor
correct.
is involved now.
What I'm
the
saying
feds is involved.
They could, even if they expedite it, they're still backed the fuck up. Like they could unless they put this shit at the very top of the damn desk, is the only way they could get it out. Because like just in Arkansas, man, I'm talking about DNA has came back like 5-6 years later just because that's how backed up they were, and they went and picked up the person.
I agree with you on that. You're right. You're right. You're right. But the way the system is set up, man, we know. I went to college down in Mississippi, so I know.
I actually got some people that I know that's like shit from the area. They're down there right now. They've called in and told us what people are saying in the area happened. I actually know people who went to their school district and told us like shit, what it's like. You got Ocean Springs, then you got across the bridge, you got Biloxi. They're different, but they're the area's the same, but they're completely different. You know, Biloxi is where Black Beach going on. And then you got Ocean Springs, which is shit just different. It's just, that's the best way I could put it. It's just different.
I'm just gonna say this, brother. I'm telling you, this is bigger and this is deeper than anybody knows. You are not gonna keep running around in a circle forever. You can't keep doing it, man. This is too big now. This is way too big. The officer went down there and spoke to them. He doing what he doing. He getting on. He got the number one lead, just like you said. I'm not arguing with him. But all I'm gonna say to this is when he talked to the white boy when they was walking on the beach, the interview he did before that shit ain't lining up. That's all I'm saying. Now all of a sudden y'all want to come out and talk about everything after the autopsy come out. Everybody want to speak on it now.
Okay.
Yeah, speak on it. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Caller, I'm gonna call you right back. Whoever's calling right now, y'all know who y'all are. I'm gonna call you back. I want to finish up this convo with Tree right now. We still gotta cover that Ryan Clark too.
Yes, I'm being honest, man. When this is over with, everybody gonna understand. If this is a win or if this is a loss, it's gonna be major repercussions behind this. You said it. The election's coming up. November's going to be wide open. They can stretch this all the way out. Again, this is bad. This is truly bad. Because I don't care how you look at it. Just like they did the young boy who defended himself from two giant white boys that attacked him and one of them died. That boy was convicted, sentenced, and went straight to prison. You ain't never seen no shit move like that fast ever in history. As of right now in this modern day, we are living day by day. They are executing us one by one at any means necessary. I have a young 10-year-old son that I got to raise up in this shit that we coming up in. Excuse my French, but it ain't getting no better, brother. And I promise you, this Nolan Wells situation of this young man's life, how it was taken and snuffed out before his time, they gonna see. They gonna really see. This cover-up is going to change the state of Mississippi. You watch what I tell you, young man. This is going to change. There's nothing they're going to be able to do about it. Okay. You can't keep going like this in this modern day and think you're going to keep getting away with it. It's not finna happen. It's not finna happen no more.
Well, let's move to the Ryan Clark. I got a few people trying to call in, man. I want to hear your thoughts about the Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark, my thing is, I was a superstar fan of him when he was in Pittsburgh, laying brothers out, coming across the field, saucing brothers, running backs, safeties, a legend. Came on this show when they weren't even doing anything. They only had like a 30-minute little spot when they showed up. You know what I mean? And
Right.
ever since he came on that show, including the people that sat next to him, he lasted. This man did something that show had never had when he won that award. Come on, man. It's not even the way you did it. You talked about that shit before you even did it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Y'all let this. I mean, it's a respect thing for everything, bro.
Yeah, I didn't
I
like
felt
how he was
embarrassed for
crying
Ryan
and
Clark.
shit. I ain't like how he was
I mean, I
crying and
didn't
shit.
either, but I mean, come on, bro. I mean, to this day,
Man,
just because you
cry at
did that,
home, bro.
yep,
Don't cry on the motherfucking TV, bro. Like,
that
I
that
understand you
I agree.
human, nigga. Cry at
I
home.
understand. But again, this is Ryan Clark, bro. I know y'all trying to make way for the white boy. I understand that, but that don't make sense. I mean, y'all, it's like y'all just chopping every black face off, and these are superstars.
See, when I first made a
Who play-
post, they got upset at me on the community tab because I made a post. And I said that it was Shannon Sharp because the girl sued him, Gabriella.
Yeah, that started
He
everything.
he had built his shit, but right after that, right before that, what happened? He had the #1 most viewed interview in the world,
Yes,
independently.
the work
So
independently on his
now
show.
you got Gilbert Arenas get offered. He goes to renegotiate his contract, $30 million a year, undisputed. You know what I'm saying? $30 million a year is what he's finna ask for. He get caught up in a mob shit. You know what I'm saying? They end up taking his show, firing everybody. Then you got Ryan Clark and you got Cam Newton. All of these people have what in common, other than being black? They have their own brands outside of, the quote unquote
Yes,
network they were on, ESPN and
yeah,
whatever,
and yeah, and I
whoever
don't.
bought out Gil's Arena.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And I watched all their shows, Undisputed, with all of them. I was on all of them, Ocho, all of them. Shady, everybody.
So I was
And they show
saying,
still.
should we boycott? And I wasn't when I said boycott, I said, is there gonna be a boycott? I didn't say should we, but I meant like these creators are actually players and they have their own brand. So it's not like we have to go through ESPN to watch them.
ESPN. I agree, and
If
I've
it
been saying that.
was it ESPN that kept you there? ESPN brought you there, but did ESPN keep you there, or was it these personalities that kept you there? Now,
I think it was a little bit of both.
Okay, now if we're gonna break it down like that, if it was a little bit of both, okay, now let's go to the creator side. These creators have their own platforms, direct to
Absolutely.
consumer, direct to consumer. If you truly want to
Consumer.
support them, you can, and you can exclusively support them.
Support them.
But if
Yes,
it
you
was
can.
ESPN, then you, by all means, you have a choice. You can go watch ESPN. You just won't see these people on there anymore.
And you see the difference how they speak on their platform and then on live TV with ESPN on the network. It's two different modes, two
Correct.
different people.
They don't like Cam Newton, and Cam Newton got to doing his little shit, sitting down with
Yep.
girls talking about freaky shit and getting all that. You
Yep.
got like I say, Shannon Sharp done messed around and caught him a damn case. Ocho Cinco and them was talking about Brittany, whoever he with one of them girls, Brittany Ren, whoever he was
That's
talking
why
about.
Acho and all them is off their show because of Jason Taylor's sister.
But then remember how they did Paul Pierce because he was kicking it.
Yeah, the
Who
same
was
way. He was
that fired
kicking.
Paul Pierce?
That was
What did he
what's
say?
that
I
show that
got some
came up?
hoes. He was smoking the cigar. He was like, I got some hoes.
I got some hoes. Yeah. That's what he said. That's all he said. I mean, come on, man. It was supposed to be freedom of speech. It ain't like nothing he said, bitch. Like, come on, bitch. I'm an NBA superstar, bro. I'm a baller. I ain't married. Shit, I'm keeping it 100. What the fuck did I say wrong? Because I said I got hoes. So what you wanted me to say? I got women. That would have been better. Think about it. What?
Yeah.
That's wild, man. This, like I say, bro, it's what they doing. This is they trying to cut us off at any means necessary. at any means necessary. As you said, we got our own platforms now. We get to speak how we want to speak. We get to do interviews with women and speak freely. No misunderstandings. You know what I mean? Come on, what's the problem?
Uh-huh. And that's
When
what
y'all
I
be
was
on y'all
saying.
podcast,
And that's
y'all
what I was
speak
saying.
freely.
So as ESPN, you got to look like these guys already have credibility because they played the sport. These guys already have personality because they garner an audience. Now we're
Period.
giving them that stamp. Like now they know the network, the relationships. Like Cam Newton said, I got the relationships now. I seen how the production went. And they're
Works.
nipping that shit in the fucking butt right now. They see
You see?
Club Shay Shay getting offered that $100 million deal for his network, not just Shay Shay, but the
See?
network. They see Gil's
Network.
Arena getting offered $30 million a year to renew his contract, and they looking at it like shit, bro.
They losing. We
And
expanding.
how much
And they ain't
power?
liking
How
it.
much power do you have over this type of employee? This type of employee just got a $30 million check dropped in his account, and it's gonna come every year on the first. Every year they
On the
gonna send
first,
that
no
man
question.
$30 million.
And now they mad about it. But you don't want us on y'all shit no more. I mean, Skip Bailey should have showed all of them. All the people he tried to X off that was black, thought he was better than them.
See, I
Like,
had
come
kind
on,
of
man.
fucked with Skip a little bit, man. But I like the dynamic with him
Come
and
on, man.
Steven. Him and Steven. I like that dynamic for all them
That's why
years.
they ain't together no more, dog. Because he didn't like Steven overpowering him. He couldn't take it no more. He couldn't take his own verbal abuse. Think about it. That's why he did what he did to all them black athletes and people that sat right across from him on his show that he had running for years till he just finally, truly, undercoverly came out. And I kept telling people that for years, dog. I said, he just don't do it yet. I said, truly, it's going to come out, bro. He going to start saying shit that's going to fuck him up in the long run. And people going to start not fucking with him.
Man, well, I'm gonna get on to
And
the next caller, man. I appreciate
okay,
you for
I
calling
appreciate your
in.
time, man. Yes, sir. I
Hey,
do, bro. I
man.
thank you so much, my bro.
All
You
right
stay
now.
safe, bro, and much love.
Hey, much love. All right, let me call this one caller back. They done called quite a few times. I know it was Todd calling earlier. I know that was Todd calling earlier. That's why he got mad because I ain't pick up. What's going on, caller? What's your name? Where you calling from?
LOL, I'm from Chicago.
What's going on, Chicago?
So I think the last caller touched on something at the beginning and at the end there, and it's just how fast news and information is getting out in front of like actual legal investigations and stuff like that, which I can see is both good and bad. And on the very last thing he was talking about, individuals such as yourselves being independent are only reliant on the platform, to which you broadcast, which I think is a good thing. When you get big contracts with entities such as ESPN, that's where you get the major control, and I think you lose a lot of what keeps your integrity up.
No, most definitely, most definitely. And a lot of these people are trying to get to their own .coms. Like we seen it with a lot of different creators. Now you got Alex Jones running. He lost InfoWars. Now he's running his AlexJones.com. Even though
Exactly.
InfoWars was his own private network, he even lost that.
Right. And I think going back to the Mississippi thing, if it was the county or whoever it was that had the presence of mind to send the autopsy out to Quantico, to the FBI, then they might have seen something there that demanded a little closer attention, where they took over the investigation as well. That's the only thing I can see it as happening.
I don't think they sent it to the FBI in Quantico.
If it went federal, that's the only thing I could think, because the
See,
state
the
wouldn't do
Fed
it.
said that they were looking at it because it was high profile, but now they're saying just today it broke that the Feds are doing something. I haven't played that clip,
Well,
but the
if it's
reason
federal, it's FBI.
the reason it went to Washington to begin with was because of that's where the independent autopsy was conducted, the one Colin
Sure.
Kaepernick paid for.
Oh, okay. Okay. And was it who's the family member that's the judge? Is it a mom, or is it the dad of the guy that was interviewed by Coach Colin or whatever his name is?
It's Officer Tatum, and it's the
Oh, sorry.
guy. It's the guy, and it's the mom of the first guy he interviewed. It's the mom of the
Okay, I mean,
first guy, the guy that took him to the beach, I believe.
I almost see that as her or the county reaching out because that's definitely a conflict of interest. The county would just be slaughtered if they didn't ask for bigger help. And with the amount of spotlight on that, I can't see that as anything but totally unavoidable. They'd have to go with.
So what I think it
front.
is I think it's an election year down there. I don't know who's running for what, but if I can't, won't even let me look it up. I don't know. They're having county races. They're not having city races, but they are having county races. So like circuit court, and all of that. They're having this an election year for them on that.
Fair
So
enough.
with her
If I
being a
could ask,
judge, it makes sense.
definitely. If I could ask you a question, what news sources are you following to get your up-to-date information on this sort of thing?
Right now, shit, the only interviews we're getting are the mainstream ones that are coming from like the Officer Tatums or the TMZs. And when it comes to the audio, we look for the official audio. The police, they released the audio. It came from, I think, um, we just watched it. Was that? I don't know. We just watched it.
Okay.
But
Well, I
yeah,
think
the audio is like the police audio, the actual 911 call and shit. And then we just been getting the interviews. It's all people who was there allegedly or around the situation. And that's only coming from Officer Tatum right now. And then TMZ had one interview.
Well, I think the good thing out of what you just said is, and I don't know 10 people that I could ask that say they watch the mainstream news these days, and I think that's fucking awesome. Excuse my language, but that's reassuring because those people and those organizations are losing their platform to control the narrative, and that's the first thing we need. So, but hey, I appreciate you, brother. It's good talking to you. Peace.
All right now, man. Appreciate you calling in.
Cheers.
Well, what's up with it, lunatic libertarian? I'm a little hungry, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting a little hungry. We'll take one more call. You said Top Cat said hit him up. Top Cat gonna have to call me. Let me see. If I got Top Cat number at the top. Yeah, there you go. Good night, lady. All right, Top Cat not answering.
Yo.
I was sure finna hang up and end the show. What's up, War?
What's up? What's going down with you, plug?
Not much. They said to call Top Cat, so I called.
Yeah, I said hit me up, man. I couldn't say too much, type too much in, man, because I was driving down. I was headed to the lake, boy. It's hot as hell out here, man, and I'm literal hell, man.
Oh,
it's
man.
crazy.
At 10
It been
o'clock, it's
burned.
still hot.
Bro, it's 87 degrees right now.
Oh, that ain't hot. 87 feel good, nigga. You California for real. 87 is.
Yeah, 87 at night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's at night, man. That's why I'm at the lake. This is the most pleasant. It's been 108, 111, 112. It's been busting ass out here. The damn birds don't want to fly. It got so damn hot. This shit crazy. Yeah, man. I was looking at that, man. What you think about that Tatum stuff, man? Like that boy, man. He'll put a angry hair in the middle of the crack of your ass. That boy just pisses me off sometimes.
Like I said, I think Officer Tatum is shit. He got the interview and he got off his ass and went over there and got it, and now he gets to control the narrative. He gets to ask the questions, lead on. We know the interview. They got prepped for the interview. I'm not gonna just say it was scripted, but they got prepped for the interview for sure. And shit, hell, he finna make all the money. You know what I mean? He finna make some chicken.
Yeah.
Man. That's a 4-part interview. Part 5 just dropped. It's 42 minutes. Shit, hey, you get money, man.
Hey, I'm not hating on. I'm not hating on the bread part. I'm just looking at like what he just did right now. For you to sit up there and do what you're doing, like these people have been doing what they've been doing for years, Crump, and then you look at the
He
people's
framing it though. He framing it though
yeah.
for sure. He's
But I
been.
mean,
I don't know. I guess he's showing how he can control the narrative or try to, possibly control the narrative. A lot of
yeah,
people are
I mean,
going against it, but a lot of people are, shit. Not
yeah, but I mean, calling out hypocrisy is what I'm saying. So you're going to sit up here and talk about Crump. You're going to talk about Sharpton. These cats been doing stuff before this boy was even born. And now you're going to sit up there and you're going to actually, like, you have the right to sit up there and talk about Al Sharpton. He was doing this before you was born. How many sermons and how many different things has he done for you to say he doesn't even do that no more? You don't know what he has done. You don't know all the things that he's done for you to be that critical of him. And for you to be a hypocrite, you're doing the same thing. So you're doing it right now. You are benefiting off these situations. How many miles did you have to travel to say that there was other atrocities? There's other things. Why aren't we doing this for other people? How many of those people did you pass up to take your ass all the way down to the Delta? Okay, so you're a hypocrite. You passed up how many stories? You passed up how many different things that were terrible to get there? And then when he was saying about Mississippi, for him to say that, and you know what these people said that they were saying, they're saying we're coming down here to make sure that this is transparent, knowing the history of things that have happened in Mississippi. So why aren't you saying what they're saying they're there for instead of trying to criticize them past their own word? You should have spoke on their own word. They said we're here because of the history of things that happened in Mississippi. But you are a hypocrite because you will never mention any of those things. How many terrible situations where you've been railroaded by the law and the governor and different things in Mississippi have went through history. Okay, Mississippi, Arkansas, these different places. You can go back and there's deliberate things that have went on, injustices that went through the government. So why, or the state government, or the local situations. So why would you do that? And that's why I say for him, to me, if you're gonna say you're gonna stand on your 2 feet, you're gonna shoot it from the shoulders, then shoot it from the shoulders. But that waterhead boy he be pressing some weird stuff. Like why? I hate when you hate when you say something and then somebody doesn't take your word. Like this is what I said I was here for. So even if you're calling me a lie, then outright, take my statement and then call me a lie. But don't sit up there and just push your own thing and never recognize what I said I was here for. We're here to make sure that things roll correctly. And in the end, he said, hey, well, in the end, I think that they will find out that the law enforcement did their job and did that and did this. Well, how do you know it ain't because of those people putting the spotlight on them that they did their job correctly? So you're running a narrative. To me, that's why I was like, hit me up, because I wanted everybody to hear what I'm saying. Because really think about what somebody's saying. If they did their job correctly, how do y'all know it ain't because Sharpton, it ain't because of Crump, it ain't because of how they handled their things the correct way, that it wasn't, those situations that made them handle themselves in a different manner. Well, we know for sure if it does happen that they did have influence on it. So his argument was really stupid to me. So what he had to argue would be saying, okay, without them being there, they would have handled it the same way. He can't guarantee that. He can't guarantee nothing like that. So I feel like he's just a hypocrite in the situation. And if there's anybody that's money grubbing the situation and using it to push their platform or their brand, it's him. Why are you there? You just got through dealing with Netanyahu. Why are you over here dealing with this kid? How many different situations under Netanyahu? Why aren't you still dealing with the war situation? The war just kicked back up. Why aren't you dealing with that situation? You just got through talking to the president of a whole different nation. Now you're down here with these kids, but you're not talking about the issue that goes on with you. The point that you're walking around with melanin in your skin. You're saying it has nothing to do with that. Then go deal with the situations that have nothing to do with that. And then the next thing that he was talking about was, okay, why are they making this a racial thing or not a racial thing? When that's not the point. The point is, if we're going to get to the bottom of this, we're going to have to recognize the truth. The truth is, one kid that was a different denomination rode out with kids that were all the same other denomination. So we're going to make sure that this happens correctly. He doesn't care about that. So why does he think that there's only fair and impartial treatment in the whole United States, period? Where did he get off thinking that? with the history of this country. Well, I mean, you have to be delusional in all means to say that. So do you think that he thinks that too? Like there's fair and impartial treatment in every one of the states in the United States. There is no racial profiling or no situations that's going on. Do you think that he thinks that, Plug?
No.
So that makes you a hypocrite liar to sit up here and say that those things shouldn't be.
Man, come on, bro. The nigga is from Texas, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you want me to answer honestly? No.
Yes,
I think every 21st when that YouTube AdSense check drop, he look around. Yeah, that's what I think is going on.
That boy out there for that bread, he over there, he needing that dough. Huh? He making sure his dough gonna rise. He put a whole bunch of yeast in all his situations. Yeah, man, I see it in him. I see it in him, but I mean, there's always the antagonist. Well, if you shoot them craps in Vegas or you on the table, you got the no pass line. You know what I'm saying? The one dude that's betting on everybody to crap out, and it seemed like he make his money off the no pass. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you ain't everybody. I'm betting on everybody to crap out. Like, and he's just always in that lane. So he always gonna piss me off. But he making his bread. And like what you said, him being a successful black man, I don't know. I could say he's monetarily successful, but I think success means that you can walk where you want to walk to. And that point of success, I don't think he has. I don't think he can just go and walk where he want to walk everywhere. And you're not accepted in all situations. So he's successful monetarily.
I can hear him right now. Where I can't go. Where I can't go.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about I can't walk where I can't want to walk. Where I can't go. You show me somewhere I can't go.
I can show him a couple places he ain't gonna walk.
Chill out, bro. Chill out. You funny as hell.
No, I mean, shit, I'm not walking there either. I ain't just walking at night around that motherfucker either. What I know is a couple of places. If you say, "Hey, Officer T is outside," there might be a couple 40 bottles flying through the air out the apartment building. Like, get your ass out of here, like, because of how he gets his bread. And then on old boy that got fired from ESPN, man, like that situation I seen coming already. You know what I mean? This and like what you were saying about Stephen A. up there sweating and stuff. Well, when the coonery gets deep, ain't the head coon, you start sweating. Like you hold up. That's usually my position. And now I don't even know how to act because somebody's in my chair right now. I know how to defend myself or defend something. But now there's somebody up here that's even stepping over how I handle my business. You know what I mean? Like, damn, the stuff that you're admitting to or the stuff you're backing up, even I wouldn't back that up. So I seen why he was sweating up there because he didn't know. He had a whole bunch to say and a whole bunch of feelings about the situation, and he had to hold all that in because he was basically the person monitoring the debate. And he couldn't just say what he wanted to say because I think he had problems with a whole bunch of stuff that Tatum was saying. But he couldn't even voice his own opinion because I wish he would have been debating me. I would have shut that waterhead brother up. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? You said that, I looked at some text. Okay, that's cool. Did you look at the text on the person that's the victims? Did you look at his text, or did he not get to have any text? Or do you know if he even had any text? Don't tell me about somebody else's phone. Don't tell me about what they talked about until all this is put together. So they interviewed 60 people, and we still don't know one time except for seeing on the boat when he was crossing over boats, he still wasn't in the water, if this boy ever legitimately by himself got into that water. We still don't know. And that's the biggest thing that I keep saying. There's still nobody even saying that the boy swam, like that he was out in the water messing around in the water playing or anything. Like there's still nothing about that. And then when they were talking about the water and the different situations of it, the boats that he was on and everything, so it's 60 interviews and they're still coming up with this situation. What is being said about where he was and what he was doing, and why isn't that being transparent with his parents to stop the the situation of people putting out these false engagements or these different narratives when they know they have proof. Why are y'all holding the information back from people that don't have anything to do and weren't on site there? His parents should be getting a clear message from the law enforcement of the things that are proceeding and how it's moving forward. So, and then what he said too, that was some bull plug, like to say, okay, why haven't Crump them tried to get in contact with the boys and this and that? If those boys was his friends, and like they're saying, he said, oh, they were over his house spending the night, then they should be right next to the parents. They should be there just like they was when they were spending the night. They should be no off-standing points between them and the parents. They should be there. They should be with them. They should be at the interviews. They should be wondering what happened to them just as much as anybody else. But the first thing they did was take up representation. That's the first thing they did, is get into a protection point. So how are you going to blame that on the parents when the parents went and got the phone, and the next day after that, these people already have legal representation? So how are you going to tell them they need to be interviewing them and going after them when the first thing they did, instead of going to the parents and coming together to search or do anything, the first thing they did is got representation? So that's why I said Tatum is just, everything he was saying, he expects somebody to be stupid and not understand what's going on. Like, that didn't make sense. Why would they go interviewing them and the first thing they did was get representation? So they're not interviewing them. They're going to be interviewing them and the lawyer, or the lawyer is going to give them statements on the questions. Tatum knows that. That's what I'm saying. The boy, like you said, man, he just needing his dough. he back there sitting on just, and that's what I'm saying. That's a hell of a thing to sit up there and say that somebody else is trying to collect money off of something, and that's exactly what you're doing. You don't care about nobody in this. You don't care about nobody. And then that's another crazy thing. Think about it. So who is, you're in it because you can get these exclusive interviews now because Netanyahu did this. Why'd they pick you for the interview?
A proxy, man.
The coonery.
I'm telling y'all, man.
They was like, who is gonna be here? Who do we need to pick right now?
Like the black conservatives garner a very important role in politics right now, and especially the men. Now, I'm from the South, so I hold conservative values, but I don't just get on here and bash niggas. They need a few niggas to bash niggas, and I'm just not one of those. Like, I call out everybody.
Yeah,
certain
that's what I say.
certain niggas don't talk. They only talk about. It's like they got the same script. They only talk about liberal white women. They don't talk about any. When it comes to the white community, they only talk about liberal white women.
It's kind of wild, man, because I said they call it conservative, but there's human values. You know, like that's what I call it, being human and having human understanding on certain things. It's not a liberal or a conservative thing. Hey, everybody has to eat. Everybody has to sleep, and everybody has to defecate. You know what I mean? And if you have your values are surrounded by those different things and they come from those, and they say that's conservative, then that's them. So when it comes to a point of devaluing a certain situation and not recognizing the history behind it or saying that's no excuse, then why isn't there no excuse for everybody? You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, that was then and this is now. That's right, but then and now the buildings that are from then are still here. The money is from then is still here, so why does that not count? If it don't count, then start the whole thing over. You know, so that's why I see him like, you know, he needs to shut his water head up, you know, but he getting his bread. I can't get on that. And Stephen A., like, I think that he should have took control of that situation and that conversation a little bit more. He was like, we're getting off script. No, we're not getting off script. You're getting off the point of where the topic is and not off script. They're definitely on script. You're letting them get off the topic. The topic is supposed to be, don't turn the victim into the assailant. You know what I'm saying? And in that case, that's what Tatum was doing. He turned the victim of the situation and his family into the assailants. He turned them into the perpetrators. Why are you worried about the money situation that is coming to those parents? If they want to give them $50 million for losing their child, what would be your problem with it? Why are you upset with it? It has nothing to do with you. Like, and that's what I'm saying. That's making you upset that they're actually like they're living off of something that happened to their child. Well, go and look at what happens if it would have been the other way around. The significance that you're talking about. You're saying, why are these people coming here for this person? Well, remember, it's 60 million people in this country, and there's supposedly 40 to 48 million of these certain type of people, 13% of the population. So if we just doing the ratio of numbers of people that's here, everybody else has somebody that's going to come for them. They already have it. There was already a judge involved with those kids. There was already people in the city. Remember what you said they said? He said, well, this is a close-knit community. You don't know who you might be messing with. Well, that ain't the other people in the community. Why don't Nolan family feel the same way? So the community you're talking about isn't the same community that is dealing with this case for that boy. And they don't have those same things going on. So that's why I'm like, a whole bunch of stuff was said for a mediocre mind. Anybody that has any common sense and knows how life is knows that everything that was said in that debate was just it was hypocrisy and bullcrap. It was just a smear campaign on his end. And to me, he should be kind of ashamed of himself to say something like that about a civil rights leader. Somebody, Jesse Jackson just passed. This person that walked with Jesse Jackson, they done been involved in all these different cases and stuff. And you just tried your best to hop yourself up there and smear them around as if you actually deal with them, know them. Why don't you get an interview with them then? Just, like you, come on, they're more in the face of more stuff than anything he's ever done except for Netanyahu. So why don't you get an interview with them? Say that directly to Al Sharpton. Say that directly to Trump. You know what I mean? It just seemed to me like that was you doing coward sideways attacks on people that have, are supposed to be, standing points for a certain community. But I don't see him doing that to nobody else. So it's just crazy it's crazy how he is. And then the other boy, just on him, man, the ESPN stuff, he's been outspoken. I didn't see him speak both ways about the community and different stuff. And I don't really know what happened with him in the Reese situation. What did he do?
He said he was just taking over for her, and that's why he got X'd out.
Yeah, because she was getting some attacks that I feel like weren't necessary, but I don't really keep up with the WNBA and all that stuff too much, so I didn't know. But I did see some terrible things getting said about her and her being attacked in social media for stuff that young girls do, just being herself and being confident in her sexuality and herself being a beautiful young lady, and I feel like she got attacked for that. You know what I mean? And then especially with that little feud thing that was going on with her and that other chick. So he didn't lost his gig because of that.
We finna get up out of here though, Top Cat, man. I'm about tired.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, thanks for hitting your boy up, but that was just my 2 cents on that, man. I mean, I guess I'll just say it. Officer Tatum just been fluffing the yeast. He just been patting that bread, trying to make sure his bread rise. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's what it is. But so you can't I guess you just can't take him seriously.
Nah, man. We're going to continue to watch the situation closely, man. I appreciate you for calling in, Top Cat.
All right, man. Get you some rest. 100.
All right, now. All right, chat, man. That wraps it up. We had 4 hours. We had a great live stream. I appreciate everybody who came through and rocked with me. Let me shout out those who supported the work. Thank you, Big Niche. Thank you, Karen. Also, thank you, The Hookah. And thank you, everybody who sent Jules, Boss, Shauna, Lady, AJ, Elizabeth, and others. I can't see who else did it, but I sure appreciate it, Chad. I sure do appreciate it, man. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. Well, we was a little early tonight, but be on the lookout, man. Tomorrow, double tap that screen, shut the live out. 10 p.m. Central Time. Join the Discord. Be sure to grab a copy of my book, OA, the framework for a modern political movement. And I'll see y'all on the next one, chat.